talking about market women and why this event is important. But we're very grateful that the day is finally here. So just to start by introduction, my name is Priscilla Okutoi. I'm part of the banking and financial services at Microsave Consulting. So just to know who is in the room, I know you've met many of our colleagues from Microsave Consulting, but maybe just by a show of hands, how many of us are from the financial services sector? Those will be banks. I can see Equity, Family Bank, Kingdom Bank represented. Thank you so much for making time. A round of applause for people from the banking sector. Next, we also have representatives from counties. These are the guys who have traveled so far to be with us here today. We have Turkana County represented. Thank you so much, James. We have Trans Nzoia County represented by Gilbert. We have Busia County represented by Austin. Yeah, and we also have Makueni County. Thank you so much. I know for you, most of you have had to travel a few days before coming here. Thank you so much. So the next group of people that we'd like to acknowledge are any partners from the regulatory side. None in the room. And then we also have NGOs who would be in the room. In case we have anyone from the NGOs, I would like to acknowledge you. And also, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We also have market enablers who really supported projects like for Market Women. We have, they might not necessarily be providing capital, but they provide research in matters to do with financial services. Thank you. I can see FSDK in the room. Thank you so much. You can see Trademark Africa too in the room. Thank you so much. And other enablers who might be in the room, thank you so much for making time to be with us here today. So we'll have a lot of opportunity for networking during break time. We'll have an opportunity to just get to know who is in the room and who is in the different tables. I encourage you to know who your neighbors are because there's a lot of collaboration that is needed as we try and advance the agenda of providing financial services to market women. So as we proceed, we'll start the day by having a presentation just taking us through Market Women, what the project has been about, what the project has been about, and before that, we'd like to welcome Kim, who will be taking us through that. So the project has been, how do we provide financial services to market women? These are women in open air markets and also in cross-border traders. We'd also want, actually, I had forgotten to acknowledge a very important category of people. Thanks for the reminder. There's media in the house. Yeah. Thank you so much, KBC and KTN, for your presence. So this event is being live streamed currently, and we'll have it available on YouTube. But thank you, KBC and KTN, for being here. So next, I'd like to invite Kim Kariuki, who heads the Banking and Financial Services for Anglophone Africa. Kim will be taking us through the project. Kim has been working with the Market Women project since they began, and he also has experience supporting financial services, doing product development, doing concept testing, because you'll realize for most of these segments that we are supporting, they're really new and they're very niche. The needs that market women might have might not be the common needs where you and I can walk into a bank and get a facility, but for them, it might be different. And most of the time at Microsave, we must engage financial services to see how can they be able to structure products that fit this particular segment of people. So let me welcome Kim, who will be taking us through the next. Kim, karibu.
Thank you, Priscilla, and thank you everyone for making the time. It's really a pleasure when you plan an event like this, you're not sure if people are going to come. And if you have a slight bit of anorexia and like me, you're a bit agitated of whether things will actually pan out, it does feel great to see you all in the room. So thank you so much for making the time. Just before I start us off, I want to just make a quick announcement. In case you're unaware and you would like to use the facilities, one is outside this door over here. So just go right out on your, if you're where I'm sitting, go this way and turn right. Maybe it's on your left, based on where you're sitting. And then there's one outside by the entrance, ladies and gents. So just as we get into this is the agenda for the day. As you can see, we're slightly off track. I will do my darndest to make sure that we are right on time. But we will be flowing this event with an opportunity for all of you to interact, engage with the content. We have a number of interesting panels that are lined up. Together with our team from MSC, we'll be speaking with young traders, financial service providers, county governments, and women in trade. And then we've set up a small group activity that we'd like all of you to do before we close. And then we'll have our closing remarks, and then we can go for lunch and network. So please feel free, feel at home. It's been a long time coming this event, but we're happy that we're here, and we're happy that you guys could make it. So as I am getting started with the opening remarks, let me start off by saying this has been a 2-year journey that we've undertaken with many of you. It's been a journey of many ups and downs, but we have been grateful that we've been able to get to this milestone in the project, where we are closing out and we're telling you this is what we have done. Being African, we don't want to be the ones to toot our own horn, and that's why we've invited different financial service providers, different panelists to come, so together we can have a conversation on what's being done, and then we can also have another conversation of what's left to be done. So our project was across 5 phases. I thought I'll just quickly highlight this for you so that you have a sense of what we did. We started off by figuring out who are the ecosystem players that are in Kenya that are serving very closely the needs of open air market and women, open air market traders and women cross-border traders. That led into an assessment phase, and we did this in 2 ways. On the first side was demand research. That was then quickly followed up by supply-side research. So demand-side research was with the traders themselves, and supply-side research was with financial service providers. We picked 2, but in a little while you'll get to see one of the providers talking about the work that we did. Then once we had identified what are the gaps to serve this segment, we went into designing solutions. And then what we tried to do with the providers is to match one-on-one what the providers are telling us, so what the market is telling us that they need. In many instances, we got that right. We got that right, but today we can have an honest conversation of did we get it right and what's more to be left. Then lastly, we did piloting with a few providers in a few counties to see if the solutions that we have co-created make sense and meet the needs of the segment. So the last phase was around lessons learned, and we did our dissemination for our lessons learned in a number of ways. I think some of you may remember our very first event where we gathered an amazing panel of experts into a room and then discussed specific needs they were facing, and this was just after we had done our financial diaries research. We complemented that with a second event that actually spawned off the first one. So the first event told us, and financial service providers who were there were candid enough to tell us that there's a dichotomy that exists, that credit needs to be accessible, convenient, and affordable. But currently the situation is, what is convenient is not affordable. What is accessible is not convenient. So then we have this, how do we actually solve for the real needs of women in open air market and cross-border traders? I won't get ahead of myself. I'll let you experience it, and you let me know at some point if we actually solve that dichotomy. Then our last event closed out with the full findings of the financial diaries research, and all of this can be found on our website. So what will we do today? I've already alluded to this. We will have a panel that we'll be discussing with the youth. So that was one segment that we didn't introduce at the beginning quite intentionally, because we wanted to give them a special spot now. So we realized that as we were doing this work, the traditional definition of women in open air and cross-border trade has evolved over time. So you will have a chance to interact with a number of the youth who are in the trade still, and they have been gracious enough to come with their wares. So I request that at 10 o'clock, whenever you have a moment, please go see what they're doing and support them in any way you can. Then we'll have a conversation with financial service providers. Priscilla has already mentioned a few in the room. Thank you so very much for honoring our call. We look forward to hearing from you. Lastly, we'll have a conversation with the county government. As you know, the county is indispensable to the work that the government is trying to do in development. And so we're very excited that a few managed to make it today, and we look forward to hearing your insights. And then lastly, this conversation on trade women would not be complete without its own designated panel, and we'll be having a few representatives speaking to us about this. So like I said, we will put all this information on our website, and it will be easily accessible for those in the room and those who aren't able to join. And thank you for those who are joining remotely. It's a pleasure for you to be part of us. Could we check on the audio? Sorry, I just want to play this documentary. I think a few of you had it as you were coming in, but this summarizes the work that we've done over the last 2 years.
Across the developing world, open-air markets and cross-border trades are the cornerstones of retail trade. These vibrant subsectors provide essential goods and services, ensure sustainable livelihoods for women, and support their families. However, women traders in these subsectors struggle to scale their businesses due to inaccessible, inconvenient, and expensive credit. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation engaged MSC to research and address these challenges through suitable digital financial products in partnership with leading financial service providers.
Our recent work with Equity Bank builds off our rich 20-year history of product development, where we started with its customers in its branches and with staff to understand how it is that women, open air, and cross-border traders access products and services, what's missing, and what we need to do differently.
We learned during the research that women traders heavily rely on cash transactions. This reliance on cash exposes inefficiencies in processing transactions, losses due to differing exchange rates, counterfeit currency, and difficulty in managing their cash flows.
Mara ya kwanza wakati tulikuwa tunauza samaki kidogo kidogo, tulikuwa tunapewa fake money. Unapata mtu amekusabilia fake money. Alafu pia kupotea ya pesa ilikuwa mingi sana. Sababu ukibeba pesa kwa mwili, mara mtu amekupora, umeweka bag chini, mara mtu amechukua. Alafu long distance kubeba pesa pia ilikuwa inatuwari sana, kwa sababu kubeba pesa kutoka kwa nchi ya nje mpaka hapa Kenya ilikuwa ni hatari kwetu na maisha yetu.
Informed by our work, Equity Bank assessed its product suite and designed the *247# service that allows women traders to open accounts, access credit, save, and make payment.
With women open-air traders, we learned that they have specific liquidity challenges that the bank can address through unique products and services that already exist but can be better positioned. Through consultations with the bank, we developed its *247# solution that caters for these needs. For women cross-border traders, we worked with the bank to design a product that allows women to safely and conveniently send money across the border in a way that is convenient to them, comfortable, and easy for them to access. This is the intercountry product.
Based on our current strategy, where we are focusing on onboarding 100 million customers, we realized that we cannot be able to serve them using our traditional products. That is the banking hall. So we came up with a system called *247#. Using this *247# on all the platforms, you can be able to open an account, you can be able to borrow, you can also be able to save, because it will give you a bank account that is live. You can be able to transact with it.
Today, the *247 hash and the intercountry product have transformed the landscape for women traders in open air markets and cross-border trade.
Kulikuwa na insecurity mingi sana. Unapata mnavamiwa from nowhere. But tangu nianze kutumia hiyo mtandao, utapata nimeuza saa hiyo juu ni nyepesi, utajua saa hiyo kama pesa imeshaingia kwa account, alafu na release mzigo inaenda. Imefanya pia kazi ikuwe nyepesi. Kwa sina saa kwenda kupanga line kwa bank ati nimebebana na cash naenda kudeposit. Pesa yangu inaenda direct kwa account.
We've seen women that have interacted with *247 formally being able to, one, access financial services, and through access to financial services, which we commonly know as inclusivity, through inclusivity, it has made these women be able to qualify for other services that are offered by the banking institution. What services am I talking about? One, they are able to get savings products through *247 hash. Two, they are able to get credit facilities, which has grown their businesses.
For women traders in open air markets and cross-border trade is vital. Expansion ensures they continue to benefit from the advancements in financial technology and grow their businesses,
operating their day-to-day business activities.
Despite all these advancements, women traders in open air markets and cross-border trades still need more support beyond access to digital financial services.
Zaidi ya mabanks kutuelimisha kuhusu pesa, ningeomba pia wakuja waelimishe kuhusu mambo ingine kama bookkeeping, kwa hapo sasa watutaelewa, wamama waelewa kwamba wanaweka profit ama wanaenda loss, na pia about insurance, whether we can be covered by insurance or not.
We can support these women entrepreneurs financially by fostering collaboration among all stakeholders in the ecosystem and providing them with business education, mentorship, access to market information, and networking opportunities. This will pave way for a more inclusive and prosperous future for these hardworking women and their families.
Busia is a border country, and we have less infrastructure in terms of markets, because our markets are not enough for everybody. So we call upon any partner that is ready to come up with an infrastructure development, partner with the county government of Busia to ensure that our traders are in a conducive business environment.
Equity Bank, to be specific, we've come through to support them, and we now strictly engage on ability to pay and not about collateral, because what pays the loan is the cash flow. So far, we've seen some good strides, and this impacts positively to the businesses.
Sometimes the regulatory environment around certain commodities, also like fish, are very sensitive or very expensive, because the regulations keep changing. It's not predictable. You can't predict how you're going to do your business. And so that's important also to ensure that the regulations are clear, there is transparency, and there's consistency in how the standard.
Our women in open air and cross-border trade in Kenya and East Africa through this project. We have aligned with financial service providers to increase access to affordable, accessible, and convenient digital financing to help these women grow their turnovers. In addition, we have helped them to unearth ongoing and future business threats, including inflation, currency devaluation, and soaring interest rates. In partnership with the counties, we have uncovered opportunities to extend the financial inclusion frontier for women, youth, and other underserved persons in Kenya. To learn more about our work, please visit our website at www.microsave.net.
With our agenda, and with that I will invite Priscilla to take us through to the next stage. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ting. Thank you so much, Kim. I'd like to also acknowledge Doreen.
So as they come in front, we'll have an interactive session whereby we'll do a poll. So if you kindly could log into menti.com, Menti, that is MENTI, Mentimeter. So we would like you to answer this question. So what is the biggest barrier that young women traders face when they try to expand their business? So once you access the website, there is a code. They'll ask for a code, which is 12389302. 12389302. Menti.com. Hi. One, 2, 3, 89301. Yes. Are you able to access? 1, 2, 3, 89301. So we'll be answering this question, and there are multiple choices. So you'll choose the one which you feel that is the biggest barrier that women traders face. Again, the code is 12389301. One, 2, 3, 89301. So this will guide our discussions with the youth before we start, and we want to also get your opinion on this. For anyone who's having difficulties, then click results. So let's have the results. Yes, so the options were lack of access to affordable loans, high competition, limited access to markets, inadequate business and financial training, high operating costs, and lack of reliable transport options. So most of you think that inadequate business and financial training is the biggest challenge, followed by lack of access to affordable loans. Okay. Yeah. So is there anyone who hasn't yet polled? Yeah. So we can move to the next one. So there is another question, an interactive one. So don't log out yet. So what is the biggest challenge that young women face when they are accessing formal financial services? There is a lack of collateral, high interest rates, and limited financial literacy, strict lending criteria, and also lengthy, complex application processes. So again, you can key in your results. We see. So now it should, it should appear in the next question should appear on your screens. So the results, just refresh, get that. Yeah, so again, lack of collateral and also strict lending criteria and lengthy and complex loan application processes. So most of you think those are the biggest barriers in terms of access to formal financial services. Interesting that you most don't think that high interest rates are a barrier. But anyway, so that leads us to now the panel discussion. So with me, I'm joined with Kennedy. Kennedy, how are you doing? Yeah, so maybe Kennedy, just give us a brief journey about your business, your entrepreneurship, and what it is that you do.
Thank you. My name is Kennedy Kiprop, Director, Canon Multi-Service Limited, Director, Goldstone Investment Limited, and also Director, Nayara Dairies Enterprises, which was my primary investment just coming from school. And in a brief history of how I started, after graduating, that was back in 2018, I came home, and the one thing I saw that I could turn around and make it my first investment was milk, because my farmers are, can I call them traditional farmers? It's more like habitual especially for us Kalenjins, who there are cows here, and I've seen them struggle to sell milk. At one point when I was going to campus, I almost missed to go to school because whoever was being supplied with milk had not paid. And so to me, I saw that as an opportunity, and I started taking the milk from my parents and selling and paying them the retail, whatever they used to sell to other suppliers. And that way I was able to build my business, and before it was so long, I had several outlets buying milk from farmers and selling them. We eventually bought a cooling machine and a pasteurizer, and that way I grew into the journey. So I also am an agripreneur, as it's written there. I do horticulture, and also I'm a maize farmer. So yeah, that is one of the many things I do as a young person.
Thank you, Kennedy. So we've seen the different challenges that people have pulled that women face when they need to access finance. So in your case, so what are the challenges you've experienced in terms of access of finance?
Thank you. One of the major ones is, of course, lack of collaterals, because going to any financial institution, the most basic requirement will you to attach a security to the loan facility that you are you want to get from them. And also one of the other challenges is limited lending history. Like just coming from school, it is your first time trying to engage in business. You have no history of borrowing, and most of the banks rely so much on that in terms of qualifying you and giving you a loan. Also, one of the other challenges is not most of the banks have facilities that are tailored to the young people, in the sense that these are young people with limited credit history, with nothing or very little to attach as security. but of course, they're still expected to have a collateral attached to it. So I think one of the major challenges is lack of facilities tailored specifically for the young people.
Great. Thank you, Kennedy. Maybe we can pass the mic to Dorcas. So Dorcas, how are you doing?
Very fine.
Uko salama?
Uko salama.
Great. So give us a brief description about what you do before we start comparing if you've had the same challenges as Kennedy here.
So as you've heard, my name is Dorcas Kisoi. I'm a young entrepreneur. So mine, I've engaged in curios and bead making. So mine is more of creativity. And I've grown to it since my parents and everyone around me is usually doing that business. So yeah, I've had a bit of exposure. What else? So I can say, pardon me. Yeah.
So have you been able to access digital financial services in the course of your day-to-day business?
Yes, I have, but mostly M-Pesa. Since banks, I have not yet accessed an account yet, but I wanted to access what doing equity. Yeah, that one is very reliable and maybe cooperative, but the interest rates, they're really high. Especially when you want to transact money from your account to your M-Pesa. Oh my God, it's really a bit cumbersome for me since I'm still new.
Okay.
I'm a youngling in the business.
Actually, how long have you been in the business?
For around 4 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm 23 years old.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm also here to get inspired. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Dorcas. So, Shekina, how are you?
Hi guys.
Are you good?
Lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell us about your business.
First, I'm Shekina Nyambura, founder of Mbura Interiors. From the name, Mbura means rain, and what the whole picture of Mbura Interiors is bringing authenticity to your homes using African fabric, or rather African print. And now we are taking it a step further and bringing African print to your corporate spaces. So we're doing corporate gifts, corporate souvenirs. We're giving calendars and umbrellas ISO 2008, Let's give something with an African touch to it. So that's what we're doing as Mbura Interiors. One of the challenges for me is actually high interest rates, and it's interesting that you guys did actually book that on your polls, because for us, we are so small, our muscle is so small, so we put so little margins in our pricing such that by the time I'm paying 50%, guys, our margins are so small because we're young, we're really young, and by the time you're getting enough muscle to now put a higher price or even just build your market and numbers. We can't compete with those bank rates. That's why we know Fuliza. Yeah.
Okay, no, wait, just before you give out the mic. Yeah. So I was wondering, how long have you been in business, and did you face any challenges now when joining that industry, that specific industry, and what challenges were those?
Yeah, so interestingly, Mbura Interiors is just 4 months. So I think I'm the youngest entrepreneur here. I started with doing beddings. I used to import beddings from Turkey. And first you learn that different industries have their own cartels. Now I learned that starting with the beddings. And I was like, okay, why am I stressing importing fabric from Turkey? And we have our own heritage here. So now that's what moved me to go to African collections. And then now pushed it now further to corporate. So it's been, I've been able to learn so much. And one of the things maybe to encourage you guys to keep telling your stories. Yes, we don't know these things. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll get inspired once you're done with this conference. So Victoria, how are you?
Hi, I'm well.
You're well?
Yes.
Okay. You've had tea?
Sorry?
You've had some tea?
Yeah, I
Okay,
did.
great. So tell us about yourself and your business journey.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria Nzilani. I have a company called Dylan Kiki Company. I say that I'm a walking mall because I do a lot of things. Currently, I'm in branding and handcrafting. So I do branding, different things, and customize items. When you go outside, you'll find a stand there. I have baskets. I call them Ankara kiondos, African kiondos. That is the current thing that we are doing in Dylan Kiki Company. Yeah, I started my company back in 2019. That's when I finished school. And then Corona happened. So no one is employing, no company is taking people. So we are at home, we have nothing to do. So that is when I started my company, doing different things. I started with household items. I did chamas for mama, where I would get them together, like form groups for them, and then we contribute some amount, and then we bring in, now it's like pooling risk together, and then the amount that we contribute now, at the end of the week, I get you items worth that amount. So then I keep on moving to different things. When now this one is getting saturated, or now I know that is stable, I move to the next thing. So currently I'm in branding and handcrafting gifts. Yeah, that is what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. And it's interesting how you managed to get your initial capital to start the business. So I'd like to ask, so in the room we have banks, we have financial service providers, we have different partners, development partners. So what kind of support, and this goes to all of you, what kind of support would you need to expand your businesses and also go to the next level if you were to get support? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The support, okay, the main challenge that we get as operating our own businesses, it's management of our finances. You're the CEO, you're the marketer, you're the accounts.
Yeah.
So I'm getting this huge amount of money today. Yesterday I got nothing, today I get something. And then I really struggled to get that sale.
Yeah.
So I feel relaxed. Then I think I wanted to get something else. At the end of the day, I'll go get that, squander that money, and then come back to zero. I say, at the end of the day, I'm the one who makes this money. So I think we lack good
training. It's training.
Training, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any other support that maybe you'd like to?
What I would maybe ask the financial service providers here to do is to try and come up with a tailor-made facility for the young people, and especially those who are in startups. I know some banks do have that, but it is very important. Like she's complaining about high interest rates, something that all of us face, and how banks misbehave sometimes. You took a loan when the interest rate was 16, then it's high to 18, and you just have to struggle with that. So if we can have tailored facilities that are designed for the young people struggling in business, you don't mind, just nurture them. When they get to a point where you want to nyonga them with the 18 and plus interest rates, you can do that. But when they have gained muscles, like she said, something else very important is she mentioned something of about not having the financial the knowledge. Like when young people, I don't know what banks can do, but we should have workshops for these young people that come to open accounts with you people, because they're just coming, maybe starting in business, and their business is starting to bring in something, and then they rush to you people, open an account. They even don't know the basic money management skills. So if we can be having trainings and workshops tailored for this category of investors, then we can really help the young people to grow.
Great. So we'll move to Q&A, or is there any other point that you would like the partners to address or to hear? Any other form of support that you require? If not, maybe we can have Q&A for the panelists. Any questions to our youthful entrepreneurs?
Excuse.
Yes, please.
Given that most of us now we are doing online, so keeping up with the trend right now, it's having the knowledge of how you market your items online. Apps, as we having so many apps, and others are limited, and that knowledge, not everyone has that knowledge. Also, if we get such kind of support, it would be great for us.
And maybe we could make the terms flexible. For collateral, maybe at least something that we can endure or get to. Yeah, something our muscles can really get onto.
Okay. So, any questions for our panelists? FSPs? Oh, okay. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
If you were to design that ideal product from the point of view of my friend here at Equity, what would it look like? Sorry. Okay, I think I'm done anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So, Victoria, I heard you speak about chamas, the informal, and so how would you compare the informal sources of funds with the formal? And how would you advise maybe the FSPs, the financial service providers or banks, they can replicate those chamas and those such informal groups? So you said you got your first loan from the chamas, which you used to go to when you're starting, right? Okay. Yeah. No. Just okay. Make a comparison between the informal sources of funds and the formal sources, or anyone else can it?
Thank you. Informal loans. You see, it goes back to what I alluded to. This one we tailor it to our convenience, because the terms are set by the chama members, and they set terms that are friendly to their members. So if the banks can also, like we said, have a facility that is flexible to the needs of the young people, that would work excellently. So what to me edges these formal facilities is, yes, we have limited in terms of what we can offer to our members. I'm also a member of quite a number of chamas, and I'm even more comfortable saving with a chama than saving with a bank. because we've sort of designed our chama in such a way that we also allow our members to invest in that I can borrow from them at a fairly low interest rate. So if we can have facilities that are flexible and services that are flexible to the young people and convenient for them, then that one can be something we'll desire to do.
Also about the chamas, it's so convenient for us because, like he said, we give facilities, and when you want your facility, like today you wake up, you're a business person, you've gotten this job, you're supposed to deliver, but you have no capital to do it. You run to the chama, and in 30 or 1 hour time, you're going to get your money. For the financing, about the institutions, it's a process.
Yeah, so the process is longer.
Yeah, paperwork, collateral, give us this time to this time, and now your order is running. It's like ASAP, you're supposed to deliver. So yeah, that's another comparison.
Okay.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Nixon Onyango. I am from Sokohela. We are a digital credit provider. So I will want to pose a question to my young brother and sisters. What's the challenge that you people are having to keep good records? You see, the first challenge was you are not having adequate training, right? Yeah, so where are you getting a challenge to keep records? Because my colleague from banks here will say, the burden of proof is on you people. Eh? When you're coming to us asking for a loan, the burden of proof is on you. You can share, we nowadays share good and bad record. So you can still argue out for a good interest rate based on your good credit history. Somebody else will be given 20%, another one 15%, based on how risky you are. But now, how do you prove that you are this good person? It starts with your records, right? So where are you getting a challenge to keep good records before you can be trained? You know there is a need. I need training on this parameter. But where do we start from?
Okay. I don't know of... I know there is a minimum ceiling as to what interests the banks charge. And I haven't interacted with a scenario where I can go and negotiate for interest rates with my bank. Maybe I should take in interest of which institution you work with, because it is a standard and is almost standard in every other bank. And actually, the most weird bit is these other money lenders, like the digital money apps. These days there are so many. Actually, their interest rates are worse, because what is the turnaround time? It's a month facility that is attached to some very weird interests. You asked a question on how, where we get it wrong in terms of keeping our records. I wouldn't say I have that problem as a person, but I believe a lot more young people are struggling with that. And if you listen to when I was responding to the question that I was asked, I said we should be giving trainings to these people, even in terms of how to keep proper records, proper sales records. These days we take advantage of the online paying platforms where we can have pay bills and stuff like that. Meaning it's so easy for you to go to a facility and justify maybe this is the amount that comes into my account, or rather every transaction revolves around this account. And that one can be used to maybe calculate your turnovers and guarantee your facility. But before we get there, because that is a journey, maybe I am there right now because I've been in business for quite some time. But what about a young person who's just in business and has zero history of credit? What do we do to that young person? Give him the basic knowledge. Every cash you do, make sure you transact it through a bank so that there is record of money in and money out. and which you can use to justify your case when you go for a facility. So it is a gap that we need to address. A gap in the sense that we need to give knowledge and education to these young people. It is just not enough that a person comes to you and wants an account opened, and then you go ahead and open an account for them. It's even courtesy to just maybe find out from them, or even have a brochure on basic lessons about money and banking. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, you can.
I think I have something to say. That challenge, okay, first, youth entrepreneurs start business based on necessity of, most of them, lack of jobs. So they're starting this business based on, I need money. Yet, their muscle is very small, again, I repeat on muscle. So they're making so little profit. So instead of that profit working, okay, I've been in the banking industry, instead you should at least account for your salary in that profit. But truth is, that's not what most entrepreneurs do. We get profit, we go pay school fees. We get a loan from bank, we go, we buy shopping. It's not that we don't know. Shida inafuata. No, it's true. Let's just be frank. Because you see, let's say you're getting your 10,000 profit at the end of the month. It is very hard for someone with a family to start running to buy stock na kuna hitaji kwa nyumba. You know? Yeah. So it's not like if I talk to her and I ask her, when you don't know how to do it, she knows. She is going to school. Some of us have our masters, but we know, yeah. I know, like, funny enough, I was in the banking industry for 6 years and then took a break to do my masters and then now doing entrepreneurship. I understand both sides. I understand your side. It's like, sasa wanalia hawajui kupanga pesa. And then now, on this other side, I understand that profit is so little that to apply that knowledge we know is so hard. Ama namna gani?
So,
for real.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so in the interest of time, I'll take 2 more last questions. I'll take them together.
Thank you. Great conversation. My question is to Shekinah, I think, because she brought up the issue of share your stories. So I'm a firm believer that finance is not an end in itself. You have to look at the whole picture. So do the young people feel they have that platform? A platform to bounce your idea with somebody, a platform to get someone look at your model and give you guidance. I think it was Shekinah who, it would be interesting to hear more.
Okay. So let's just take the questions and then we'll answer them all together.
Good morning. My name is Rose Gishuki, Head of Women Banking at Family Bank, and a mother to your age mates. Actually, he's just graduated in engineering and is a CEO of a company called Layup at that tender age. So I want to congratulate you. Namwache kutusalimia sisi banks because hapo naona ni kama unataka kutusalimia, but what I'm trying to say is that you guys have got it going. Actually, there's no generation that has had it better in as far as smart opportunities. Yani, you're graduating not to be employed, you're graduating to do business. In our times, we were graduating to be employed. So there are people at Form 4, certificate was everything, then it came to Form 6, then it came to graduate, then now we are at the master's level for you to be employed. And that is life, okay. So I think one of the things is who taught you? What's your background? Again, look at the guy of milk and how he's doing. Simply because background yake ni maziwa, he does what he knows best, okay? Now, you're also in a very good space because for, I don't know, the first time in history, when we were growing up, banks were up there, there were no digital. You're the one who used to come to the bank. Now the bank is coming to you. So, mwache kutulaumu, mujipange and call us. We are available. If you have a group of young guys in those chamas, call us. Do you know we have chama accounts? We do have chama accounts and we do lend up to 250 million to chamas. So register your chamas, come, let's talk. I'm here with my colleague Selina, let's talk about it. I wanted to tell you that we are ready to die empty. We've been there, done that, so we are ready to share knowledge. Me personally, call, I will be there. Be fearless. And that thing of the digital financing is easier. No, it's not. You guys have to learn to follow your shilling. Yeah? That 1 shilling you dharau because shilling yenyu iko kwa TikTok. Tuanze hapo, si ndio? Ya hapo huyu anasema ako broke. That thing of following your shilling, financial information, financial fitness has to start with you. Because she's saying you make 10,000. Excuse me, audience. Did she say she makes profit? The word was profit. When you're profitable, you're already on a trajectory. It means umefanya expenses kila kitu na uko na tudo. Sindio? So you need training on things like profit first. You need training on like, so I have this shilling. How am I going to use it? Please note that when you put 1 shilling in the bank, and by the way, you can bring 1 shilling to the bank, it will be accepted with the same stamp that accepts 1 million. So tuanze hapo, sindio? Create your cash flows, okay? So 1 shilling is called today, 1 shilling tomorrow. The next day, it will never be called 1 shilling again. So it has to also start with you guys. Then you have to be hungry enough to seek knowledge, yeah? Because I find like that is what is lacking. We have unsecured facilities and they're all based on cash flow. So one, musiogope, you guys are the fearless generation. Tumewaona, mumetusalimia sana sana. So continue being fearless, but also work smart, okay? Find people who you think can take you to the next level. Mine was a comment, not a question, but I understand the challenges. But we are sitting with the lady here, Gloria, and we're just looking at it and thinking lack of information, yeah? Lack of networks, lack of support, where, let's say, for example, you said you make 10,000 a day, and you bank, you go and buy stock and bank 2,000 bob, sindio? 2,000 times 30 days is 60,000, okay? 10,000 times 30 days is 300,000. So when you bank that 2,000, the bank is seeing 2,000 as your cash flow. That hiyo ndio ile pesa huyu chali ama dem ako nayo kwa mkono, si ndio? But when you put it in, na usimame tu hapo utoe tena, tushaona, si ndio? Every day, bank, toa. So it is just information so that you create a cash flow. We start understanding that you're actually trading, si ndio? And then other personal things which we can address. Hizo story, we can go into those stories, because even you guys have some personal things that affect your business that are not necessarily linked to the space we are talking about. The non-financial issues, relationships, who has brought you up, kwa nyumba zenyu munakaa wapi, mumetoka wapi. So those are also issues that you need to look at. But just know, hapa haijaandikwa hii nguo yangu imeshonewa Jericho Market, ni mutumba. Haijaandikwa hapa ati your poor, ni wewe una declare na mdomo yako, si ndio? Above all, God is with you. Amen.
Hi, I'm Salome from CGAP. I think what I wanted to suggest has already been mentioned by her in terms of collateral and how you can create a credit history, especially because some of you did say that you're in chamas. I know that there are some FSPs that are looking now to how they can digitize chamas and VSLAs and how you can be able to create a digital credit history with your chamas and VSLAs. So that's maybe something you can look into. How can you be able to create this credit history and digital credit history from your chamas so you can use that maybe to go to banks and to other formal financial institutions to get access to larger sums of loans. So maybe that's something you can look into to help you to build your credit history over time. So I think that was just my suggestion.
Yes, I'm happy you've had the advice, but we'll get time to interact with the panelists. So in the interest of time, I'd request that we end this session because there are other sessions, but we'll get to interact with the panelists and we can have discussions during the break. So please let me just end this session because we're running a bit late. Yeah. Yes. So we'll move back here just to get a photo and then you can come back.
Good morning, everyone. My My name is Elizabeth Gathu. I'm Priscilla's co-host. And this, I think we started on a very high note. You've been put on the spot, each and every one of you. So when you're seated in those boardrooms, designing things that do not include people, so we normally look at them as the TikTok people. But if you're ignorant on what TikTok does, we will not understand their needs and will not meet their needs. So we just need to marry and merge. But the tables are about to turn. So as you're asking questions, they'll be about to ask you questions in the next panel. So the next panel is for financial institutions and the financial space players. And I'll invite Mandira, one of the managers in the banking and financial services team. And please be prepared for their questions as they come back from their photo shoot, the same way you put them on the spot. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to have all of you here. It's a good show of faces and different partners and also our youth entrepreneurs. So just for this panel, I'm going to invite Charity Muniori, Senior Manager, Women and Banking, Equity Bank. Beatrice Gathi, Manager, Micro Enterprise and Women Banking, Kingdom Bank. Rose Kamene, Head of Women Banking, Family Bank. Susan Nyota, Head of SMEs and Alternate Channels, Britam. Helen Ozore, Head of Inclusive Insurance, Apollo Group. Welcome, everybody. And let's give a huge round of applause for these guys. I'm just going to pass the mic for introductions from your end as well, and then dive right into the questions. Welcome all of you, and thank you for being here today.
Good morning. My name is Helen Osore, Head of Inclusive Insurance at APA. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Good morning. Good morning. Tulikula breakfast hivyo. Thank you. I'm Beatrice Kadhe, Kingdom Bank. And at Kingdom Bank, I support the micro enterprise and women banking. I'm proud to be here today. And additionally, to say that Kingdom Bank is a subsidiary of Cooperative Bank of Kenya. And currently, we are 22 branches throughout the country. I know you're asking yourself, 22 branches, how do we serve the country? Yes, we do reach to all our customers within the country and also outside. And that is achieved through our digital solutions, the *344#, the KB Mobile. We are also able to support our customers through Cooperative Bank. Also to mention is that we are not very old in the market. We are 4 years. There's someone who was here who was 4 years old in the business. And at Women Banking, we started supporting our women 4 months ago. We launched our product during the May, the big day for the mothers, International Mother's Day. So we are here, and so far the progress is good. And ours is to assure that we have really to support women, all women, and also the sector of the market women. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope I'm holding it well. Thank you. My name is Rose Kamene, and I'm Head of Women Banking at Family Bank, what we call Queen Banking. So I have been in this industry for quite a while, over 30 years. I think the Gen Zs who are here in 1991, some of them probably were not born. So I have worked with several banks. But at Family Bank is actually a family bank. And in a family, nobody invites you to the dining table. Si unaendanga tu. So please pick your chair, come into Family Bank. We've been in the business. This year will be 40 years. And we are serving all cadres. We have corporate, we have retail, we have women, we have Mudosi Junior accounts, we have a Greek, we have the specific sections, SACCO, public sector, and all those categories where banks play in a financial way. But I'm just happy to be in this space, especially where we are talking about women, because that is really, really very close to my heart. I've worked in the space for close to 10 years, and I feel every day I learn something new. Young women, old women, they all come with their challenges. Middle level women, they all come with their challenges, and I'm glad you've created this forum for us to be able to discuss those challenges within the financial institution. So tunangoja mtusalimie, tuko hapa mbele sasa.
And I'm glad we've assembled a strong set of women to discuss that as well.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Charity Kirote Munyori, Senior Manager, Women and Youth Banking, Equity Bank. I'm glad to be here this morning. We've walked a journey, and today we call it close out, but it seems like we are opening once again. Yeah, but happy to be here. In Equity Bank, with the women and youth sector, we've been lending to women since inception back in 1994. And until last year, when we came up with the women and youth banking as a sector, which is going to address the women in different places. There are some who are working, yes. We are coming to you to listen to you specifically. We are already doing a lot of business with the women in agriculture, a lot of business with the women in education. These are the ones who are running the schools, the traders, the importers, the suppliers, like, for example, the Safaricom suppliers. We're doing a lot with the suppliers, that is, and even the women in the health sector, those who are running the hospitals, and not only women, but also men who support women. Probably they've employed quite a number of women and given them powers, so it's employing and giving them some powers also. There are also men who are producing products that benefit women. They are part of my business also. So we are encouraging men to employ as many, and also to produce products that support women, and also offer services that support women, like the gynecologist. Those are people, these are men who are supporting women directly. So we are serving all these people and in different sectors. And to the youth, I'm happy to have a discussion. I think they went to take tea and some are seated there. But it's a discussion we need to have on how to address different challenges in businesses, using different approaches, and accepting to be mentored by the business people who've gone ahead of us. So we are doing all this through the Equity Group Foundation, which gives financial education. It also gives mentorship among the other sectors, which includes health, equity, affair. We are big. So let me just end it at that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Susan Nyota. I'm head of SMEs and Alternate Channels, Britam Microinsurance Company. And for us, we are offering solution for women as well as men, but at all age groups. So we are able to offer both retail as well as group products. We are big, of course, with SMEs. That includes the chamas, the startups, to be able to embed. Our solutions are more on embedding, because I know if I come to you and I tell you, please take this product as a standalone, you start, the way you are saying about the budget, the youths, you'll start saying, will I buy my, my budget, my food, my capital, my profit, or will I buy the luxury sometimes that we do position insurance in? So for us is to be able to educate you, to let you know that we are able to cushion some of the problems that you have, as well as able to be very flexible. As I mentioned, them saying the group that was here, they are not able to have institutions that are very flexible. We are very flexible. We do not need you to be registered. You just need to be organized. Give us your leaders. We work with your minutes, and we are able to offer you insurance risk solutions. So looking forward to, of course, discussing more in the panel, as well as meeting the team on ground who we are able to support. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome once again. And thank you, Susan, for starting me off. And so just leading from that, I would want to understand some of the specific financial products or the customized financial products that you've developed, especially catering to the segment that is women, open air and cross-border traders. I'll pass it from here and then we can go.
Thank you. Today, I wish to take this opportunity just to create context and demystify insurance. We know if you're not an insurance practitioner, there's your perception, there's your definition, etc., etc. But in 1 minute, I want to use an analogy just to make you remember what is insurance. A good house, no matter how beautiful, if it does not have a roof, is it habitable? No, it's a question. Is it habitable? Even State House is not habitable if it doesn't have a roof, right? Meaning what? What's the purpose of a roof? What's the purpose of a roof? Let's talk. Protection. The roof protects you from which elements? Rain, sun, wind. What else? Eh? Someone is saying rats, dust, also thieves, isn't it? So what really completes a house is a what? Is a roof. What also that means, in your financial world, what completes your financial world is what? Insurance. Now, an interesting question, then I answer your question. When it's not raining, or when it's not sunny, or it's not dusty, do you remove the roof and say, it's been a while since it rained, I don't think I need the roof anymore? You don't do that. It's interesting, even nowadays in other functions, the way buildings are created, you see pillars, but what never misses? A roof. The same thing in your financial world, the Gen Zs, the open air women, if you do not have a roof over your finances, which is insurance, you are on borrowed time and it could retrogress any investments that you make. Because emergencies of life have a way of setting you back if you do not, what we call risk mitigate, protecting your money. So having said that, what products do we have and how do we design them? We design them with emergencies of life in mind, okay? We design them with emergencies of life in mind. The ones that are universal and cut across everyone, but have high impact on our target women, the open air market and cross-border, would basically be around business interruption, around their health, around their families, around their workers. Anything that touches the revenue earning line. So in terms of solutions, you find that we will have business related, we will have personal related, and also we will have worker related, just to collapse the many solutions we have in that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, for Kingdom Bank, we do support women and have specific solution for women. And I've said before this year, we were just supporting women, and that includes the market women. We're just supporting them like any other person. But it is our duty as a bank to ensure that we are continuously innovating our products and supporting specific sectors, like what you're saying for the youths and for the women. Of course, after doing a study and research, focus group meetings and all that. And through that, we're able to come up with a solution that is supporting women, and it is known as Faidi Dada. So Faidi Dada is both an account and a loan solution for women. And through this solution, we were able to empower women, we were able to accelerate their growth. And when we talk about the FaidiDada account, it's a bundle solution whereby when a woman, whether the market woman we're talking about today opens an account, or a corporate woman opens an account, we're able to give them a bundled solution, a bundled solution depending on the segment they are in. The solution is divided into 3, depending on where the women are depending on their stages of life. But today I would like to talk about the first segment, which is the micro, which touches on the market segments. And how is it a bundle? It's a bundle because apart from being segmented in what sector you are in, once you open the account, number one, you're able to bundle that with a personal accident cover. We know our women in the market space, they undergo through many things, and it takes a lot of resilience and takes a lot of hard work. So we are able to provide them with a personal accident cover with as low as 5 shillings being the premiums per month. And that is automatic when you open the account. Additionally, we're able to give them a collection solution. That addresses the issue of getting the fake money, what we were seeing in that video previously, addresses the issue of them being unbankable. And once they're able to receive payments through those collection solutions, finally they're also able to get maybe facilities when they come to a bank. Additionally, also, we're able to support them with now the payment solution, or they're able to access their account through our mobile banking, through the digital platform, *344#. They can also be able to download the app if they have the smartphones. Because we also note that most of our women in the market, they could not be having the smartphone. So they have they utilize the *344#. Additionally, they are also able to see how are my accounts transacting through the internet banking, and all that is bundled when they are opening their accounts. In addition, we are telling our market women, when you're opening the account, what do you need? You just need maybe the KYC document, the ID and KRA PIN. So we don't ask any amount when opening the account. And you are telling you, come and we'll be able to support you financially, whether you're banking with us or you're banking with competition. And what we need to do is just check their financial records, whether manually or maybe they are banking in the FigTech, maybe through M-Pesa, and even if they are banking in the SACCOs and also in the competition. And this loan solution we are talking about is the FaidiDada loan. And whereby we are telling them, we know one of the challenges our women have, or the women in the market space have, is the collateral. In addition to maybe the challenges in the record keeping and many other challenges that we also saw as we beginning this conversation. So we are telling them, come, we are able to give you unsecured loans as individuals, and we're able to support you. And these unsecured loans are also flexible. Flexibility in terms of we offer a very affordable interest rate. Currently, we are giving the market women and the ladies in general an interest of 16% per year reducing balance. So we are telling them we have the affordable interest rate. We are also supporting them through that solution and telling them we understand that you are in different businesses. Your income could be also, you may not be also be able to pay the loans maybe monthly. But you can afford maybe, because maybe you are a woman also doing agri, you can be able maybe to pay installments matching your income. So we're able to support them in that, flexibility in terms of loan payments. Alternatively, depending on their income. Someone told us their profit could be 10,000 per month. 10,000, you are the breadwinner and all that. You may not be able to pay a loan of 5,000. So we are telling them, yes, come, we'll be able to give you a loan whereby you'll be able to pay as little as possible. And that comes in whereby now we are saying flexibility in terms of repayment period. And how are we able to achieve this? We're able to achieve this through our relationship managers, whereby we're able to task or we're able to allocate the women market with someone who will be able to work with them with that journey. And anytime that they require their support, they are there to support them. Also in trainings, noting that they are also trained to be TOT trainers, so they're able to take their customers through that journey. Additionally, we know there are those women in the market. Could be they don't want even to borrow individually. Sometimes we have that fear as women, or the women in the market. They have that fear. How do I go to the bank? And we're telling them, be in chamas, whether registered or unregistered, and we'll be able to support you the way the way you have organized your chama. You only need to be at least a minimum of 4, and we're able to support you through a chama joint account, and you're able to borrow. The beauty also with the groups is that it is the members who determine how they're supposed to operate their business in terms of savings, in terms of their management. We support them on trainings to ensure that the proper record keeping is being done. And also just to guide them on what they're supposed to do when they borrow. So for the chairmans, when they come to us, we used to think that the women in the market could also be, in addition to maybe getting the working capital loans, the business expansion loans, they may want to invest. So we are also able to support them. And when we are supporting them also, individually we're able to give them a loan like 5 times of their savings. And for the chama, for the investment, we can able be to do even 10 times of their savings. Of course, through training is continuous. To ensure also that the women that we are supporting through the Faididada solutions, the chama solutions, we additionally do also have a specific solution for those women in agri sector, and we're able to support them through that solution. We call it Kirimobora. We cannot be able to achieve that if we are not giving them the financial literacy, the trainings. So we hold trainings at different levels. There are trainings that are organized at the branches levels, whereby we're able to offer trainings for specific sectors. Could be chama trainings. We call them chama forums. We also have non-financial forums, whereby we are able to train the different sectors on matters financial, credit, investment, savings, and other things that women go through. Like our last networking forum, we are telling our women, please take care of yourself, self-care. That's what we are saying. And sometimes when we're in the market, these women in the market, they wake up very early in the morning. For example, I live around the Kawangware area, around that area. And very early in the morning at 5, and late in the evening at around 8, you see those ladies, they are still there, resilient, waiting to serve or waiting to proceed with their business. And we are telling them, apart from doing the self-care, it is also important to do what? Do exercise. So we also have partnerships whereby we call them and you are able to just engage in activities. Those make them youthful and they're able still now to focus further on their businesses, and they also support their families. So I think I had there, I'll continue with the conversation as the discussion go along. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, it was on products, the products we offer, yeah. I think basically, from my experience, it doesn't matter what names bank give accounts, but bottom line is that there are just a few types of accounts in a bank. Kuna current account, kuna savings, kuna investment accounts. Sindio? So whether we brand them majina mingi, bottom line, you'll either be opening a business account, a savings account, or an investment account in a bank, basically. Now, based on that, at Family Bank, we have products that address access to credit. So these are all the credit products, you know them, loans, trade finance, and I'll touch on trade finance because we're very big on that. It is called stock financing. Yeah? So this is one of our products where we support business people to stock. Kama kuna duka, if you're importing, we will support you. We will give you finance up to 10 million unsecured to bring in your goods, and we will also pay the duty for you. If you have a shop locally, you're also buying stock. If you're an agrovet, whatever line it is, whatever it is you're stocking. If you're a pharmacist, so we have something known as stock finance, and it's one of our most popular products because it addresses the needs of the customer in business. So we're talking about women in business. Then, of course, we have the Jenga Bizna account, which is a current account again, which helps you access based on your cash flows. So remember what I talked about earlier, that banking, everything that you're collecting, just building your cash flows, and you'll be able to borrow unsecured facilities based on that account, on a business account. We have products for wealth creation and investments. So you know about the investment products, you know about the savings products, you know about the Mudosi Junior. As women are working, we find that children are also very close to their hearts. So that's why that account is specifically there, so that as they are growing, they're also growing. I keep telling them that watoto hawajaekelewa mawe, ataenda university, so start the journey immediately the child is born, so that you start saving for their future. Basically, it is very important to work with them. As you're doing the products for us, it's very important that we interact so that we know what we are tailoring for them. So, and as we are tailoring, as we are telling them this is Jenga Bizna, this is stock finance, what is it? Do they know about it? You're talking about it to them. What are the features and how do you qualify? Information is very key. Information and education is what is lacking because the facilities are there. I'll give you an example. I think they talked about interest rates. You're borrowing even within the two groups. You're doing at 10% per month, isn't you? Probably. Or with the digital services at 8.5. That translates to 102 per annum or 120 per annum. How loaded are you, man? The bank is giving you at 1 point something per month. Even if you calculate it at 24, it's still 2%. Yeah? And it's not 24. I'm just saying for ease of hesabu. So at 2% per month, you're also making yourself efficient, you're saving money, and you're not going into that space where your money is very expensive. We have, of course, the digital financial services products in that line, Lipana Family, so you don't have to come to the bank. We have agency banking. We have the USSD code for the people with Kabambes, although I have issues with women and how they think Kabambe is the best phone, it can't get lost, yet they can afford this other one, but to them it's about losing the phone and all that. So a lot of education in the micro space and misinformation. Kabambe ikinyeshewa iharibiki, Kabambe sijui what cannot be stolen, but this other phone which will give them that smart actually gives them the convenience also of banking and borrowing also online. Beyond that, I think I've covered the products that we probably have. We have the Chama account also, which is for the Chamas. And like I said, you can borrow up to 250. I think let me touch on our credit product for women and for micro, in the micro space, not just women. But we lend as little as 5,000 bob. And for short-term period, medium, and long-term. So sometimes you just need money to just do the business for that day and refund. Sometimes they just want that 1,000 to buy shoe polish and do their business for the day, and they're done. So as little as 5,000 is what we do, and of course into billions and millions we go into that space. So I think I'll leave it at that because she covered most of the products. The bank products actually are normally similar with just a tweak here. I think I'll add one more which is unique to insurance. We have a bank assurance unit. Now, when we launched Queen Banking, we realized that they come, you talked about home, you talked about personal accident, you talked about, now we have come up with a bundled product in that bank assurance space. And it covers, for as little as 520 a month, you will get home protection, personal accident cover, last expense of up to 100,000, and there's one more, last expense, personal home, last expense. There's one more, I can't remember. Selina, if you can remember, you'll remind me. But you're covered in 4 ways in that bank assurance. So it's bundled into one with several limits, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million for each category. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. working. Okay. I'll not cover all the products. Equity Bank, we have over 620 products. We need a week here. Yeah? But I'll cover what we're doing within the open market and those at the we're calling them intercountry, yeah?
And star 247 hash, please.
Yeah, within the intercountry cross-border business, just to remain locked within that. We've come a long way, as I've said, and we've trained women on how to open accounts through star 247 hash. The same star 247 hash, we are able to open accounts for the ladies. Remember, these are ladies who just started businesses probably without accounts. So we start from there, which you can also open. It's not meant for ladies only. It's even for men, women, as long as you don't have an account with Equity Bank. Using the same star 247 hash, they are able to move monies from one point to the other. You can still transact from one phone to the other, from an account to the other, from the account to the banks, okay, using the star 247 hash. And this works also within the businesses, you know, within the cross-border business, and this has worked very well for them. Now, when it comes to borrowing, borrowing is borrowing monies which you ought to repay. Yeah, to the youth, you must repay monies that you borrow. That is what is called a loan. Now I'm starting from the repayment bit of it. Now, it's there to boost your business, which we've done very well with the business ladies. And it comes in different forms, not necessarily loans. We give different solutions to different businesses. If you are importing, we engage and do something we call import financing, could be letters of credit. Yeah, we make sure your goods are here and we pay them. Once they're here, we convert that into a working capital loan. So you are able to pay. You don't just start paying loans when the goods have not arrived. So again, these are some of the teachings, or maybe some lessons we need to have with the youths also, to just understand there are different products in the bank that are given to solve different different challenges in the business. So different solutions for different challenges. Then there is also the working capital. Remember, these women, they don't have those collaterals you're calling collaterals. So we have a solution where we put them in groups. That's group lending. And they're able to save on weekly basis. They are able to borrow, co-guarantee amongst themselves, and they grow. And we give up to 10 million shillings amongst themselves. So an individual can borrow 10 million at the group level. Another solution women want is the investment bit of it, the Chama investment, where we give up to 200 million. But again, they have to grow. You know, you can't just start with a 200 million project as women. We really need to understand what is this you're doing together and what solutions are we giving you, so that you're being given the right solution to achieve the right investment you want to achieve as women. Again, just to say that they can also come as individuals, where we give up to whatever amount. Ability to pay is what is important. For the women within the open market, at the cross-border point of it, it's about the ability to pay. The ability to pay comes in first. We have partners. We are working together to de-risk women. So we pay some commission here and there to make sure that an institution covers us very well. And we work very well with, like, African Guarantee Fund, the MasterCard, to ensure that we can come out here and de-risk women. So it's not about collateral, it's about ability to pay. And even to the youth, even to you, the youth, come to the bank, let's have a conversation. Yeah? As long as you have ability to pay. And we only know how you are able to pay by using the same star 247 hash to pay. Receiving using Pay with Equity. You know, people pay your goods through Pay with Equity. So your account is active. And from that activity, we are able to score you very well. And you can access loans up to 3 million shillings on phone by pressing the same *247#. So we are supporting them in that way. Then on the non-financial bit of it, we have Equity Group Foundation, and they've been very supportive. I can see my colleague here, Sheila, she's in charge of financial education. And through the financial education, we've been able to help these women understand digitization, which is the same *247#. It helps them to understand that you don't need to carry physical cash. You don't need to go to the bank to apply for a loan. You don't need to go to the bank to send money or withdraw and deposit. And could deposit, could withdraw in Equity to Equity is free. So we are not charging them. So all this information, thanks to your institution, Microsafe has been able to educate them. And through EGF, Equity Group Foundation, we help them understand digital marketing, what it is to have a physical shop, what it is to now engage and do it online, you understand? Then we also help them to do budgeting. There's the planning bit of it. What is this called expansion of business? It's an array of products within financial education, which helps the women. Again, through Equity Group Foundation, we've been able to push the Equity Afya to the same women. Remember, health is an issue. So we are engaging the women and encouraging them, even yourselves. I encourage you to visit our Equity Afya so that we are able to address this issue of health. Because remember, for business women, and even the youth was here told us there are so many issues in the business. Health is one of them. If you're sick, you can't sit there with the money and you fail to go to hospital. But now you have to go to the right hospital, which will address what you're suffering from, and you're treated with the right medication. So Equity Afya is doing that at outpatient of just 500 shillings. As you can see, we are moving not only within the bank, but we're also moving out of the bank to address the needs of the women. Insurance, we are not left behind. We have a lot to do with the insurance. Women want something about, their fears is about their families. They fear about their families, then they think about themselves. So we are addressing that, and this by other than just Equity Afya, the health bit of it, we have the medical insurance, which we encourage them to take depending on their ability, and then we finance their premiums, and they're able to access the different hospitals of their choice. Could be mission hospitals, could be the top hospitals in the country, depending on their ability. And then we also do a lot of insurance around their businesses. That's the general insurance where they want to insure their vehicles, they want to insure their stock on transit. We've seen the fish. They have to insure that, sorry. They also have to insure against fire. We've seen a lot of fires raising down our open markets. And this is something we are taking very seriously. So it's a lot of education around it. Because as she said, they have a cover today. Tomorrow it's not raining, there's not been fire. They remove the roof. So we are encouraging them to keep the roof there. But it needs a lot of education, and it's upon every one of us. Now that we know the importance of insurance, today I've got a good definition about the roof, so I think I'll forever remember the roof and continue educating them on that. So we have all these solutions, and as my colleague Ruth has said, in the women's space, Family Bank and Equity, but in the women's space we serve the same women. The products are the same, but we are addressing the challenges that women are going through, and we are out here to support each and every other woman. And joining the conversation now very fast is the youth. We are here to also sort you out on the same, because women, youth, children, wote ni kitu moja. So we have to address it, and we are doing it. Let's continue engaging the banks, and we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for Britam Microinsurance Company, our products are under two pillars. It's either retail or group. And on this, then we are able to cover both individual, groups, registered and unregistered, as well as, of course, institution or corporations. So when it comes specific to women, what we have done is holistically offer products that are very affordable, simple to understand, and have combo benefits. So if you come, for example, to get our property cover for the women, you will find we will either insure you because you have a shop, a semi-attached shop, or you are working from home. So it means I will insure your house. I will not need you to give me your stock and everything, because maybe, as you're saying, your business is TikTok. So what is your what is your capital and what is your business? It is your home, internet, and what? Maybe the phone, isn't it? So if I start asking you, give me receipt for the phone, for the laptop, then I'm not going to insure that woman doing that business online. So what we get to insure is the risk. So you are able to say, if I lose my phone, or if a thief enters my house, what will I need to be able to continue selling online? So we insure only sum assured. So we tell you, pay what you can afford. So I need my, if I lose my phone, I will not be able to sell online. How much is my phone? Is 40,000. Now, buy insurance for 40,000. Then we will be able to pay you the claim to restart your life. The other key products that we are offering our women, of course, is something to do with medical. So medical, we have separated 3 times. Fully insured, that means you are able, as my colleague has just said, to be able to be insured, both inpatient, outpatient. You just pay a premium, and then you are able to visit the hospital, either high-end or now what we are good at micro level. The other opposite of the medical, what we are finding with women, they will say, as we have just also had our Gen Z, we do not have that money. So can you insure me when I'm admitted only? Because I don't even get sick. So if you ask me a premium of 20,000, I do not have that. Can you insure me when I'm admitted? So we pay the way NHIF does. So we call it hospital cash. You pay the days you are admitted, you and your family. So you'll find with as low as 90 shillings per month, a home is insured 30,000. So you see, as said, the woman now or the youth, you are comfortable. You have that roof, because when that 30,000 comes for that business, then it takes you back a lot. Then on the other angle, on the medical now, we have been able to launch wellness products. So for example, we have done number 1, a medical wellness product where we insure the woman on critical illness specifically on cervical cancer, ovarian cancer, and we are also able to insure you funeral cover as a woman in case you lose your life or your spouse or your children. There's a benefit inside, as well as we are able to do you AI maternal care. So if you get pregnant, you are able to get into a cohort group, and you are offered maternal advice as well as clinical prompts, antenatal and postnatal care, things that you find sometimes are exclusion when it comes to our standard insured medical cover. You will be shocked, for example, with as low as 620 shillings a year, a woman is insured 50,000 critical illness, either they are diagnosed with cervical cancer or ovarian cancer, and then they are insured 15,000 funeral cover for their whole family. They are also insured 20,000 when it comes to dermatological issues that comes with skin issues. Because for us, we did a focus group and asked, what are you looking for that we do not insure? So that wellness product with only 620, someone is insured all these benefits. As a woman, it takes care of your mindset, your business, and holistically your family to be able to continue with the business that you are doing. The other special medical product that we have been able to do is specifically a maternal wellness product. So on this product, we have partnered, and we are calling it Leia Mama. So it is able to holistically offer maternity issues from conception to post 6 months after you deliver. It takes care of the woman when pregnant, during delivery, after delivery, and 6 months after that with a baby. What do we get to offer? What we get benefits do they get to enjoy? During pregnancy, they have extra ultrasound. You will find, for example, insurance, we will say only 3 ultrasound in a year. So if they pay as little as 192 shillings on top of the standard medical, they get an extra 3 ultrasound for them. Then apart from the ultrasound, we give them extra extra benefits in terms of a package transport to and
from the hospital. We get to partner with some of the partners we have done in the region, and then they get a mama and baby care bag that has essentials that standard. If, for example, you get a baby, you will go and do maybe your nappy care. So we are able to offer the package for the nappy care, or we are able to do also the diapers for the child, as well as skin care in case things like eczema comes. These are things that you'll find in standard medical. Someone is telling you, now this is not something that we are going to be able to care and treat for. We are also offering mental health, and we put them in a cohort where under a different gestation that they are in, they are doctors in it. They are able to offer them advice. You are able to say, I have this problem, I am spotting, I am bleeding, and immediately you are able to be linked to a hospital that is we are working with under our panel. So specifically for us as Britam Microinsurance, what we are saying, we are offering solutions that conventional insurance shy to offer. So we are going outside there and asking all level of our clientele, what are you not getting as a woman that will make you be able to do your business, live your life, take care of your family, and standard conventional insurance is not offering. Of course, as mentioned, we are also working with the banks as well as SACCO to offer what we call bank assurance to uniquely tailor-make products for the clients that are already with them. So that is what we are doing as Britam Microinsurance. Excited with the impact and the journey that we have done. When we developed, for example, our retail unique medical product last year, we have been able, with an average premium of 4,661 shillings only a year, you will find we have been able to grow a book from 0 to 40 million within just the 12 months. So it is a success, it is a solution outside there, and we continue listening to the clients until I'm making products that make sense to our women. Thank you.
I think, thank you very much, and thank you for that. Ongeza menopause hapo pia. Tuambie juu ya hiyo, because it's also one of the challenges that we are facing. Am I wrong? Watu wa 50 plus. Hello, sindio? And it's affecting how we work, and people are thinking they are dying, and lack of information. Wewe umerogwa, especially at some levels, sindio? Yet it's a biological event. I think it would be wrong for us not to touch on climate, sustainability, water. So at the bank we have something known, a department known as WASH. And WASH also presents new opportunities for clients. We are telling them you can do business space also. So under WASH, water, sanitation, and hygiene, we do fund. We have unsecured of up to 2.5 million for women. You can do business in water. So if you're, I'll give you an example. So Jivanji Garden, there's a sanitation facility there, a washroom with a bathroom and anything. It's actually run by a women's group in Nairobi, a very big women's group in Nairobi. You're charged 35 bob to shower, 20 bob for a hot shower, I think, cold shower, to tissue or not tissue. But the facility is there, and you can imagine the numbers that go through around Jivanji there. So it is a business opportunity. So sanitation blocks, exhausters, Bowsers, solar energy. If you want anything in solar, renewable energy, we're in that space. We're able to also finance you. Metered water, if you're doing bottling and all that, we're also able to finance you. So anything in sanitation, water, and hygiene, and water tanks. How can I forget water tanks and women? Yeah, so we also finance you to buy water tanks. And we have several partnerships that are supporting us in that space. So I thought to mention that because I think women are also focused in just specific businesses. Because upper micro, it's either they are selling boga, it's either they are selling creatives, it's either, and the youth. Step out there and look at also different things that have not been done, because there's a lot of opportunity in this country, a lot. Yeah, so and most of them are coming in under that climate change. There's a lot of funding in that space, and then of course water, sanitation, and hygiene. Let's diversify also.
Thank you, everyone. And I think this was a very comprehensive list of products offered by the banks and insurance companies. Just one thing to say, and we heard the youth entrepreneurs speaking before this, and I saw a lot of challenges which were married with the solutions here. So I think that is one thing which is awareness, which was brought out even in the mentee poll. I think that is very important to understand, because unsecured loans, digital loans, convenience, affordability, everything is being provided. I'm sure there are still challenges. We can't diminish those, but let's try to marry the problems and the challenges, problems and the solutions together. And I've been harassed by my colleagues that I'm taking too much time on this panel. So I'm just going to ask a last question just to understand challenges from your end as well, and challenges that you face in particularly serving women small-scale entrepreneurs. I can pass it to whoever wants to talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, I think the first challenge we face is knowledge gap, given people don't understand insurance, like I said earlier. We also observe that the Kenyan economy is largely a kadogo economy, right? Right? Yeah, it's bite-sized. So the second challenge we see is unpredictable income from the women, that target group specifically, because it's a question of, I think the lady who was seated at the end, today it's high, today it's low. It's really unpredictable. And then also a constrained wallet share. Once you touch that cash, how do you divide it into these different worlds? Okay, your children, your expenses, you want to save, you want to invest. And last but not least, what we know, the micro segment is what we call a peer market. Okay, it's a peer market. Unlike maybe the professional women, the upper limit, that will just make the decision looking at the facts. These ones will counter check who else has it, where is it working, who's talking about it. And so no matter how beautiful a product is designed, we're also looking at a peer market. So just to quickly wrap around, how do we navigate that? And that's now from the customer point of view. From insurance, the three challenges we face is trust. Okay, trust is the first challenge. The second is reach, and lastly, relevance. Nyota alluded clearly that there is the conventional insurance, and what micro insurance side of insurance is trying to do is trying to come up with what we call human-centric solutions, whereby we first, it's bottom up in the sense that let the market tell you what it needs, and then we design. So to address the issue of trust, partners like the banks here become critical, because the market has been transacting with them for a long time. And so when we come up with solutions which they all earlier mentioned, we will bundle. But what I want to lastly say, in our human-centered design approach, what we are calling the bite-sized solution, I can assure you. For example, APA, we have a 1 shilling per day product. We do. We give you the option of saying, what can you afford? I think Nyota talked about that. So what we are saying, there are two ways to reach us. Number one, through the banks that you're already working with, because they work with insurance companies. Number two, you can come to us directly. Those are the two routes. But guess what? Where the deal is, discounts will come through the partnerships. Why? Because they come in numbers, and what happens when we price, and there's economies of scale, you will enjoy a better pricing. Thank you.
If I may comment on that, I think most of the challenge we're encountering as a bank is because most of the women we're talking about, they are not leadable. Research has shown that we have about 7.5 MSMEs in Kenya, but only 1.6 have licenses. So the rest do not have licenses, and the rest are the market women we are talking about, plus the other micro customers. So there is a need for the bank to address that, and how we are addressing that challenge as a bank is through the tailored solutions that we have. And even with those tailored solutions, we know that each business is unique. So it's just understanding our customers and we're able to support them. Additionally, training is key. And that's why, training is key. And what we're doing also as bank is to do trainings to those sectors. And how we are reaching these customers is through the partnerships, because sometimes it's hard with maybe the relationships, passions. We have to reach all those customers. Partnerships with government entities. I'm happy to note that we are represented here by someone from Trans Nzoia. We had something with GAF Trans Nzoia just to support those women. And so many other contacts that we are supporting those women through. So it is important to do training to them, tailored products, and understand our customers. Yes, let's just, allow me just to mention that challenge so that the rest of my colleagues can say what is affecting that sector.
I think, again, the issues of trust, it's like there's a common line for all of us. So we won't repeat some of those things, but other things that come to play, the belief and attitudes. They believe that we are expensive, and clearly we are not. We are not, sindio? Yeah, we are not as expensive as they believe. Again, I think just how to disseminate information across the country and traditional beliefs. The customers in the micro space honestly believe in a physical. They want to meet you, they want to touch you, they want to... Now putting up infrastructure is also very costly for the banks. As much as most of the banks here, I think our networks are quite good. I think we are in 94, 300 and... Yeah? So customers want to see the physical bank there. So infrastructure, because of the traditional way of thinking. Of course, regulation, she has touched on it. You can go down there and yes, they won't come to the bank because they simply don't know that you can go in the system and generate a KRA PIN. So again, lack of information is very important. And then for us, regulation, we cannot open an account without a KRA PIN. So I always tell them information, those are things you show them how to do. So through the Financial Fitness Academy, we are able to show them how to do that. Then of course, I talked about Kabambe technology, so they can't ride on some of these products that are online, but we have gone out of our way also to enable them through USSD. I think also just the lack of collateral, I think that has been talked about. And training and cultural barriers and relationships and attitudes. Nangangana. How are you doing? Nangangana. Honestly, I wish we could change that. Nangangana. What do you do? Nikona ka biashara, ka biashara. So also attitudes, thinking big. Like sometimes you can see, I think in Nakuru market, there's a lady who was doing so much in a day, over 10,000 a day or something. Easily she could have qualified for a 1.8 loan, but she was not aware. She was looking for a loan of 150,000 only. She does the bags. What are they called? The Uhuru bags. That's what she's a stockist of Uhuru bags. And I can tell you her turnover in that Nakuru market is very high. Mimi nikipata 150, because we normally go there, what is your dream amount? What will accelerate, what will transform your business? And she says 150,000. And you go into calculations, how do you make, or we contribute 6,000 per day within here, the market itself, and all that. The other thing also, the challenges is, like I said, attitudes and the lifestyle. Honestly, a lot of money in these markets where these people are, sorry to say this, but within the market, kuna so many distractions. Start with mandazis and watermelons. And have you been in the soko? Just sit there and observe the woman. She'll tell you she has no money. But in any given day, they are spending 250 to 500 on buying something. Mutushi mepita hivi wameenda nayo. Sindio? Kanini watermelon, chali wa sambosa, chali wa chapati. So me, I get real. I tell them, so you shopped at the end of the month. You bought bag of unga, si ndio? And then umeenda sokoni kununua chapati. Isn't that double spending? Umwacha chapati kwa nyumba and then you've come here to buy chapo again. Si ndio? When a guy passes, niandike njugu, even in the office we are like that. Njugu, mandazi, now you've left unga in your house. So we need to start talking about following your shilling. And something my mom calls in Kikamba, hesabu ya minus. My mom is always hesabu ya minus. We're always doing hesabu ya minus on a daily basis. So it's an awareness. It's not that they don't have that money. Because if somebody is going to spend 500 on jugu, on watermelon, and on kamtush, kamepita, because we are women, or on hair, trying to look like another person, yet they can be cheaper options, yeah, and we give them that. I always tell them, like, my hair is 14 years old. So, I mean, if somebody is thinking about a wig or something, or like the fashion these days is wigs, you're beautiful as you are. Work with what you have. So the attitudes towards money must change so that we can, oh, you're laughing. 500 per day times 30 days, I always work with it. That is how much? That is what she's eating every month. Then secondly, taking credit. My question to you when you're in business, you're taking credit every day on this njugus, niandike kwa kitabu, there's a book that circulates, sindio? You're not a salaried person. On 30th, where are you expecting to get that kind of installment? Then training them. If your bank installment is 10,000 per month, sindio? That's what you have to pay the bank. Your earnings are daily, sindio? So take 10,000, divide it by 30 days, and know that in every given day, if I make 1,000 bob, open an account where you put 100 bob, so that at the end of the month, the 10,000 has accumulated. Please, young people and any other person, just note that even as an individual, you can have as many accounts as you want. Your operation, your HR, your staff, your mambo ya nyumbani, so that when you make that 500 bob, you can easily even split it accordingly. Okay. So I think for me, it's information that is lacking. Culture, again, it's a challenge. For example, we had very good deals. We have women who are supplying cows. What is it called? Cows are called what? There's a name. Livestock to cows. They are part of livestock. Oh, no. So they are supplying to KMC, sindio? And KMC is paying frequently now. Now, they want to buy cows from women. Where are cows based? Basically, Sinuko, Asal, basically areas. There is where you find herds and herds. Do you know a woman in some cultures cannot own a cow? They are only allowed to own goats. At the milk. Goats. Some countries they're only allowed to own goats. And this woman can't even go into that market to buy the cows as a woman because they only sell to husbands. And so she has to keep collecting some dude. This is so that she can access stock to supply to the numbers to supply to KMC. Yet she wants to support women. But there is no woman who will go to that soko with those cows. Okay? So we also have cultural barriers we must understand. And of course, they are multitasking. They are all over. So trying to get them to focus on their business has also been a challenge, because you can find a very well-educated, well-placed woman doing business very well. And then a man walks into her life who is toxic. And the woman kola, true or false? Am I talking the truth? Sindio? Unasikia? And the business just goes out of the window because the whole week she's just mourning and moshene, care, I can't even, she opens, she goes fast. Imagine so and so did, imagine. And we go on and go on and go on. Time management, okay? We have so many things in our baskets, and that's why we want to also work with our kings and our farmers to just understand that, one, we must talk a lot. Two, we have kiherehere. Three, we are good in business. We are actually very good. If you could only work with us, society would be a better place. So for me, what matters is information, education, and calling things as they are. Where are you at as a woman? hapo chini, where are you at? Because we have seen them grow. They do grow. They are doing good business. They are running. They are being trained. But we keep training them. We are in hotels doing. So tuna train alafu munaenda wapi? So Equity comes, say we are in Meru. Sindio? Equity will come, call the Meru business women. We will come, Family Bank will come. The insurance will come. We are all calling the same because in a certain area, it is certain business people who operate. So it's the same. So why aren't they growing? What other factors are influencing their growth? We need to start looking at that. Simuna train wa mama. In fact, we need to form one bank that just addresses women so that we can say, you came for the training, you've been trained 50 times and you're still borrowing 50,000. Why? What is happening? How can we help you? Okay, so I think those are some of the, for me, that's very, very important, the person, and I think it affects business, and we are supporting them by calling it as it is and walking that journey with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose. And, yes. Thank you. I'll just do 5. Thank you. I'll just do 5 by mentioning, and you can see Rose has been in this journey and understands us from all our cultures, but again, there's something we call adopting of technology. Could be the smartphones, could be the soft ways of paying. You know, women ought to adopt that. And they ought to realize having the money in their account, having the money in cash, the bottom line, it is money. So we need to move fast as women to adopt technology. The other thing is about wrong investments. You've seen the kind of challenges we are going through as a nation. You know, in a week, there are women who've lost money here, there. You know, why don't we do a background check? Why should you trust somebody with so much money and not the bank, which is regulated? So you realize there's a challenge here, and people are taking advantage of that knowledge gap. So I would urge the women, we can continue training, but the decision lies on you. Where you want to invest, how much you want to invest, and the risk you're taking. When you take a risk with an institution that is not regulated, just know the risk is very high and it's seated just right where you are. You're carrying the whole risk. So I think the wrong investments also, and we're investing on one thing, land, forgetting that land is idle and you're generating nothing out of it, having moved monies from the business. So different investments affect businesses differently in the name of ata ule mama alifanya, ata mimi nitafanya. Nasikia Malindi 100,000 per acre, ata mimi napeleka 1 million. You forget the 1 million is from your business and you ought to repay a debt from that working capital. Then the business goes down, the property is not generating anything. All this affects businesses. The last one is about paying salaries to ourselves as women. Women don't pay themselves salaries. This is a question I'm still struggling with. You ask a woman, okay, how much do you generate? They have the story. How much do you pay yourself? Hai nijilipe. They even wonder why they should pay themselves. Yet they want to eat the mandazis. They want to take their children to those big schools. It's not the business that will take the children. It's your salary. So you must rate how much you pay. So this is something that we ought to work on, Microsave. Please, you taught them how to do digital, now teach them how to pay themselves salaries. And the other one is to all the banks present and everyone else who cares about the challenges women are going through. We must match business challenges with the right business solutions. Bank products that match the correct challenge. So we are not giving one capital to a business person who needs LC, okay? And you're not giving overdraft to somebody who's going to buy land. These are two different things. And I think other than just financial education, also the banks, we could be pushing the wrong products to the client. So I think it's something that we can also take positively. And it's me as the officer, me as the manager to push the right. It's not the bank now, it's me as the specific person. So thank you for that. We can talk about the many challenges, but I want to push for salaries. Women to pay themselves salaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will not repeat a lot because I know that when it comes to insurance, Madam Sore has mentioned what needs to be there. But for us as microinsurance, as I mentioned, we are looking into ensuring what traditionally is not insured with conventional insurance. We will need our partners to really support us with what we call aggregator model. If you look at the success of what is happening in Asia, for example, the Philippines side with microinsurance, solutions and insurance penetration has been a success because it is partners who come in to offer solutions to their different clientele. So we always argue sometimes with the bank. They always want to compete with us or will reduce the premium to offer the product, but because it is not their core business every day, for them it's banking, then it becomes another wing rather than what she has just closed her speech on, offering solution to the correct problems. So in this house, I will ask everyone, our partners as well as our colleagues, ask yourself, how can we make our partners be aware that they are the game changer for insurance penetration solution in the industry? Because if I'm in a matatu industry, it means me as an association, I know the matatu kind of clientele, what is their problem, isn't it? So you are able now to come to us as insurance company and tell us, matatu people, they are kavangaras, the ones who stand and, fill the bus. So how can I offer them their medical? Can you be able to give me even a monthly premium medical? Because kuweka kwa shimo, for example, is 500 shillings per day. But is what she's saying, 500 shillings per day, it means the Kavangara person, Kavangara, it's that person who fills the matatu. They don't own, they don't drive, and they are not conductors. You know them. Can you imagine if they put 500 every day to the group, to the circle, how much income do they have? 15,000 Kenya shillings. As she's just saying, 1 bob per month gives them a personal accident cover. But our problem now in our industry is our partners. They tend to tell us what product we tailor make, not what product their clientele wants. So they come and tell us, there's this personal accident cover, develop it for us. Then they go and sell it. But that personal accident cover is not what is for the different sectors. So both MicroSave, both our partners, ask yourself, how can we change insurance penetration by partners offering products that are relevant to their different members under this ground? If we do that, I believe we will change the story of insurance penetration, perception, because all of us will come in to offer this awareness, the trainings, and of course, look, what is the success story? As I close, us as Microinsurance Britam, what again are we doing to this kind of problems? We have developed a microinsurance advisor app. You can just look at it. It is in Google Play Store, microinsurance advisor app. So we are looking at peer-to-peer selling. So you as a peer leader, for example, it's a chama. We are going to the markets. We look at the leaders. We are going to the chamas. We look at their who are their chairmen, who are their treasurer. We onboard them in our app. We train them. You can imagine our training is audio. It is either Kiswahili or in English, and therefore it is able to tell you, for example, in a forum of a chama audio environment, we are meeting as women, shida zetu ni gani, shida zetu ni kusave. Kusave shida yako ni gani, nikipata pesa yangu natumia kulipa school fees. Unaweza separate, can you I'm speaking now Kiswahili. So unaweza kuseparate profit yako, unajua profit yako. So it trains them in audio, because mama mboga, you can imagine if they are doing their business, they are not going to learn. They are not going to come to our virtual trainings, isn't it? They don't also even have time to come and sit here. And we have also realized when we call them in these markets, they know they come to eat our food. But training, they are doing their business on their phone. So we have developed an app that gives them audio training in simple language, in a language that communicates to their problem. If it is funeral cover, if it is a personal accident, if it is medical, they are able now to internalize. And because it is peer-to-peer selling, this chairperson will now go to their chama, and they are the ones who will sell this product. They earn a commission, and their members are allowed to also go
sell to other people and earn a commission. So if you are in business, our Gen Z, please download Microinsurance Advisor app. You will earn an income, you will buy insurance products, and you can start selling to everyone who is around you. So those are the solutions we are offering. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I think we've touched on a lot of common themes today around digital access, convenience, affordability. So now, without taking much time, I'm going to pass it for Q&A and only 5 minutes, if possible, please. Hello.
Maybe speaking loudly is not an issue. As a journalist, these things are recording, so it's good talking to a microphone. So my name is Sophia Ali. I am a financial journalist with the KTN and Standard. And first of all, anything women rails me in. So I've just arrived this morning from Kilifi, my village. And mine is just to comment on what you have been talking about since morning, women empowerment, especially the open market, open air market. I believe that all of you seated in front there are people who are going to drive this market. And if there is anything that I've observed for the last 17 years as a journalist, is that yes, you have the information, but you are doing it independently. I wish there was an umbrella that would bring all of you in one room, and then drive this force or this vehicle to onboard all the women that needs this kind of information. Because generally, women have, we are leaders, and we drive a lot of forces, and we generate a lot of income, but independently we fail because we are facing a lot of challenges. Among them are the social norms and everything else that goes with it. So I believe if I was asked today, I would put all of you under one umbrella today and register all of you, and we start here today. Because also for any of this information to get out of this room, yes, I know I would probably tell a friend half-baked story of what I have learned today, probably what I have learned, my take on today's conversation, but then I would not be able to give the entire information. So if it was possible, if you would maybe form something, you know, like the Kenya Bankers Association, you have like a bank umbrella that is guarding all the banks, and anything, reforms, strategies, all those policies, they are made under this that guide the bank. So if we were to have a women empowerment sort of association that brings all of you, different banks together under the same roof for women, it would really be nice. And also probably bring a journalist, probably me, on board also. Just putting it out there so that we can actually be able to, you know, to front some of these challenges and maybe bring to a stop or elevate, being that I have seen that 1.7 million of women in the micro MSMEs are, you know, out there and suffering some of these challenges. Thanks, and sorry for taking too much of it.
Thank you so much, and I think that's food for thought.
Good morning. My name is John from Axum. I have a question to the financial partners, especially the banks, on the credit and guarantee. Over the past few years, we have seen a lot of guarantee from like African Guarantee Fund and even the government giving this cash, but we don't see that translating into business loans. While the bank has been guaranteed, when you go to the loan process, you still get the same issues, like someone who has not been guaranteed at all, and even that information is not available to the people who need to access those loans that have been guaranteed. My question is, how do you expect us or people to know that these things are available and that you can provide the information, and at least if they have been de-risked, lower the risk? Because if you have already been de-risked and you are still issuing the loan at 20%, 21%, then what is the purpose of having guarantee funds other than you enjoying as a financial institution?
Okay, now that I have a microphone here. Thank you. I'll stand up. We've been seated for some time. Yeah, thanks, my fellow lady, Sophia, yes, from KTN. And I really appreciate your request. This is something that I and the oldest in the women banking space, I'm younger. So, no, you're not old, you're just ahead of us. She led. Actually, I've been observing her, and the reason why I joined her, though from a different bank, though she used to be part of Equity some years back, she's still my sister. But it's something that we need to do. You know, all this knowledge, we want to die empty, but we need to push it to the women and also to the youth, because we have the solutions. We know them, they are there, they are regulated, they are stamped, they are approved, everything. But now pushing it to the market could be the challenge. And I don't mind where we come together, collaboration. I know there's a conversation happening elsewhere, and very soon it's something that is going to be pushed out, though it was around the financial space. But now when it comes with the media also, I think that is something that can move very fast. But allow us to just go push it from our side now that we work under some regulated territories, and then now we come out here. Then about the de-risking bit of it, when it comes to de-risking is where the bank approaches somebody like, let's say, African Guarantee Fund, and says, I would wish to pay a certain commission so that I am given this de-risking. Sometimes it's not money. Most of the times it is on paper. But the bottom line is there is de-risking. Then now it comes to the bit of interest rates. All this is regulated. And as you well know, all the banks operate under CBK. And the circles, it's under SASRA. So you can just come out in the morning and say 1, 2, 3, 10 things because you're de-risked. This is people's money. And depositors' money has to be protected, right? Yeah, and that's beyond me and probably everyone else who is here. Just to say, why it didn't show is out of the challenges you've had us talking about here. When it comes to a loan, yes, you can get a loan, right? But it has to be enough for your business, right? And your business must have ability to pay. Munaelewa maneno? I can give you all the money, but you don't have ability to pay. Or you even don't need all that money. The worst of it is where you give less money, which I don't advocate, because the default will still be there. So the most important thing is engaging with the client so that you know how much they need, what they want to do, and the profit margins. Even the profit margins determine how much you're going to be given. Because if I give you 20 million and your profit margin is 1 million and my interest rate comes there, within a year you'll be making a loss because you have to do other things, right? So we'd rather engage and see what options are there. Back again to the product bit of it. What is this product? Not loan. You've heard me talking about paper, right? It's a paper. You pay a commission and you're de-risked as a bank. It is a paper. I give you, you import your goods. That's an LC. That is not money. And until your goods are here, you just convert to a loan. You already have the goods. You're pushing them in the market and you're able to pay me the loan. How about if I give you the loan? Then plus your contribution, we send it to China and wait for goods for 30 days. You sell, hakuna. Sindio? Because for sure you don't have the money, you don't have the goods. And then end month, I expect you to pay an installment. What happens? You default. Then we fight. How about if it is just an LC, a paper? A commission you pay, fine. We send the bank trusters from the other side. They send the goods. Once on the high seas, I pay the money. Within 14 days, the goods are in your shop. You start selling. You have my 30 days to start paying. You've already, by the time I'm even asking for an installment, you're paying, right? Because you have the customers. A bit of it of margins. If you're making small margins, to make more money, common sense, what do you need? You need more customers, right? You need to sell in bulk, sindio? So that you make more money. Because if you increase your margins, your competitor is reducing on the margins, then you'll not be in business. You'll throw yourself out, right? So it depends with which space you're in. And different businesses have different challenges with different approaches. In agriculture, we give you goods. Yes, something like fertilizer. And you'll pay us in 6 months' time when you'll be harvesting that maize. If it is carrots, you'll harvest in 3 months' time. I'll give you the seedling, I'll give you the seeds, I'll give you everything that you need, and pay me in 4 months' time when you'll be selling it as bulk or something, and we call it bullet financing. So different solutions for different businesses, different sectors. If you're constructing, I can give you a moratorium of even 1 year, 12 months, to just construct. Because it's out of this rent that you're going to pay me, okay? But it doesn't mean this is the first business or this is the first construction. It means you have other rental income that you can pay in case you build this one and nobody walks in to rent it. So you should have another business that is able to pay. So all these things put together affect how you see the loan books and the loan uptake out here, plus the many challenges you've had me talk about. Allow me to give Rose, maybe she has something, 2 or 3 to add. You can stand for exercise.
You know, calling me fat. Today I've been called old, fat, and all those things. But to answer your question on de-risking and all that, like she's saying, kila kitu iko, and you're an individual. If I asked you, so you told me you're from Busia today. Dynamics in Busia are different from dynamics in Lokwale's area of Turukana, dynamics of Kiambu, and all that. So what we're trying to tell you is that banks, and I think I'm not wrong to say that, even maybe insurance companies, but from where I sit, we have relationship managers in all those areas, and that's why they are there. So if you're selling milk, tuko na watu wa agri-capo, experts. They know the nitty-gritties of maziwa, mastitis, and sijui nini zingine huko, ng'ombe inakamuliwa midnight, inapelekwa wapi, all those pasteurizing machines, equipment, and all that. And they're able to finance you accordingly. So the thing is, utilize the banks. The knowledge is within there. Remember, we serve everybody, from housewives to the most educated, to the biggest business in Kenya. Hata Safaricom has an account, please, or to whoever, and I'm not marketing them, but what I'm saying is that everybody somehow has a bank account. Okay, now within that space, we have experts in microfinance. We have a whole department that is running with the micro people, meaning their specialization is, huyu mama anaoperate, how much, what does she need in a day, what does she go through, what are her challenges. If you're in engineering, tuko na watu in corporate who are dealing with big engineering companies. So what you're being encouraged is, come and talk to us. We actually have any solution that has to do with money. Please remember, we are paid to lend. Mshahara yako? Selina, how much are we supposed to disburse this year? 10B. This year alone, my target is 10 billion. Simukuje. Are you getting? And we are there. You get. And numbers, and on profitability, on all those things. So we are ready to actually receive you. So it's not about even the guarantees and all. We have so many partnerships. So many things that happen in there, even through the foundations. Foundation, we are training young girls. Our foundation specifically is focused on TVET. We have released 500 young girls from Mashinani in plumbing and electrical, and given them kit, not just releasing them. Unatoka kama uko electrician and you are carrying those drills and those things that are needed by an electrician, meaning you can self-employ. The girl is trained, she can be a plumber, so she can work for herself, she can work within her community as a plumber, and she can go into construction. Remember, affordable housing is everywhere and they need all these skills. So we are also equipping guys from down there. So whatever it is, honestly, take our numbers, call us, tell us, me, this is my unique space. Shekina, you said you're in which space? Interior. Sindio, do you know about liquid wallpaper? Have you ever heard about, have you seen it? It's amazing. Come, I'll introduce you to the person doing it. Uanze kuuza. You get? Because we deal with everybody. Sindio, do you know Mukurweini Dairy? Have you ever heard? It's in Mukurweini. It's Wakulima. Okay? They do yogurt, that coffee flavored yogurt. It takes equipment and specialization. Sindio, why can't you do coffee flavored, or I don't know which flavor that you like? You see, there's the usual vanilla, nini, and then pia wazungu wanatutisha na Greek yogurt. I don't know what the difference is, but I know the cost is quite, Sindio, Greek yogurt is very, so why aren't you doing Greek yogurt? Because you saw my ingredients hapo ututengeneze hiyo. Sindio, hata wewe uite Greek / Kenya yogurt, but with Greek, you put the word Greek somewhere there. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that the opportunities are there and we are ready to expose them to you. So we truly welcome you. And my number is 0726 377 777. I only have one number. Na nikikuwa president when I'm 78, hiyo ndio itakuwa bado number. Sindio? 0726 377 777. Sawa. Tuongee. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't take much time. Sorry, you go first. You go first. I think your view is more important than mine.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just building from what she said, I think all of us are advancing the same cause, trying to enable women in business. Unfortunately, with the very many different approaches, most likely is we get them confused. Maybe I wanted to ask from either of you, do you guys have a follow-up strategy? You mentioned, and I was listening very keenly, that same people are appearing in the same trainings and she's still borrowing 50,000. Why is she there in the first place? Because I believe this is opportunities that should be passed to other people. My bank has invited me to the SMEs luncheon for 2 consecutive years. I only attended the one. The second one I turned it down because I believe that is opportunity that should be passed to another person. So you guys keep a database of these people that you train so that you ensure next time it's somebody else coming to attend the training, so that it's not repeated knowledge to one person and yet little is coming out of it. Something else that I would suggest to us, especially non-banks like Equity. We come to your banks and we have to queue for quite some time. Why can't then you guys use that platform to sensitize us on products that you have? Do very rapid sensitization, because very amazing products. I was listening to her, I was listening to you, and I could hear really amazing programs that could change lives of many women and young people out there. So what can you guys do to make sure that you mentioned time wasting. We waste time because you have a lot of clients and we have to queue for maybe an hour to get served. That is time that I could maybe leave that bank well knowledgeable about the many different products that you have. So I would want to know what is your follow-up strategy, and if you keep a database and even follow up with these people that you've trained to ensure that they're actually taking up the lessons, because you'll come to train women in my village. She will come again tomorrow with a different product advancing the same course. Unfortunately, the objective here is business. You have to sell your product. She has to sell their product. So even when she mentioned that you need to unite in an umbrella, to do what? Because at the end of the day, you have to sell your product. That is what pays your salary. She has to sell her products. So what other different approach can we have? Because these women are consumers of the same information. And she'll not have all the luxury to take up all the nice products that you have. So it is about us ensuring that that information that we pass actually changes someone's life. So I would want to know what is the follow-up strategy, and if you have actually have database of all the people you've trained over time, and if they've taken up the lessons.
Thanks, Kennedy, for those questions. I want to mention that I think when you are young in the industry, some people tend to forget you. So thank you, my sisters. Don't forget us as we go along. We're also learning from you people. And to mention on the guarantees, we have not had the opportunity to have maybe access to guarantees, but work on progress, which have already started, which we hope also through that we'll be able to support women. Kennedy, we train a lot of clients, and yes, we have a database for the clients we train, and not only women, including men, because we said we train at different levels. We have a whole department with someone in charge, who is in charge to track on that and be able to do that data. So that now, when you're invited for this session, for this branch, not unless you have a different opportunity or a different, if it's a forum, yes, you can be invited, then a networking forum, because the issues being discussed, they are differently. Additionally, in terms of the follow-up strategy, that's why we have relationship managers based at the branches, whereby they're able to work with the customers and as a support in head office. From time to time, we are able to engage them and see where we are. Yes, and through that, we have been able to support our customers. Yes, we note that right now, because we are new in the market. No, we are not new. We are growing in the market. We are not new. The customers, yes, whom we'll invite in our forums are the same, from family, equity. I have not come across a customer who don't have a bank account. So the customers whom we are supporting are multi-banked. And that's the reality. And even them, even me, all of us here, we have other accounts from where, even maybe apart from where we are employed. Now, what is the way forward? It is us banks to give the customers the right information. Yes, as long as we want to close on our business, yes, because we have to meet our target, yes. But let's empathize with those ladies, especially the market women and all the others. Let's be in their shoes and we don't misadvise them. So because I want to achieve my target, so I go and tell them our interest rate is this and what, tunapeana hivi na vile. Then when they come to the ground, maboni is different. And now what are we doing? This customer will never grow. But from experience, I've been in banking industry for 13 years. I started as a micro banker in one of the branches. I'm happy to say that now I'm happy through that journey. I was able even to have rates. Someone started borrowing with 50,000. Right now, borrowing a lot of money. She is happy. They are the people we are saying, we're telling other women, look at this one. Let's go visit their firm and see what they are doing. So with us, financial institutions giving our customers the right information, I think that will solve everything. The same happens to our partners in the insurance industries. Currently, all banks have a bank assurance arm, including us. And I tell you, Britam is here. I think our medical insurance for women is with Britam. APA is here. And so many other companies that they are credible in the insurance. We are partners with all of them. The same happens to them. But because everyone wants to make a sale, what happens? Lazima tunafinya your customer. But don't take this one to the record. It's quote in quote. That you're forcing those customers to take your solution. But let's be in their shoes so that we're able to advise them accordingly. In that case, we'll not see a person borrowing 50,000 for like 3 years. We'll see there that we'll find a progress in that journey. Yes, I hope I have answered your question.
I think imebaki gani ya Q. So just to add to her mentorship again, and relationship and customer service, where you're being served well. And that's why you're seeing banks can actually sit together talking about the same thing. It's because it's no longer about where we are all regulated now on interest rates, first of all. So it is now who is serving you best, who is growing with you. See, you have a bank account somewhere. Are they actually advising you? Are they talking? Are they informing you? Are they opening networks? So that's why banks are looking at other things that add value. Because like I said before, products are the same everywhere. Do you have LCs? It's part of trade finance, bid bonds. Hizo zote tunazijua ziko. Si ndio? Simuko nazo. Simuko na car loan, mortgage, nini, zote ziko. Sawa? So, but it is how it is structured. If it is construction, utasikia mtu amekwambia, okay, sisi, immediately we give you the facility, probably you start paying next month. Somebody else will give you for 1 year. So what for you? Somebody wants a loan in the morning to pay in the evening. Does your bank do that? Yes or no? Some banks don't. Ushaona Citibank wakipatiana asubuhi, unalipa jioni. Are you even welcome? So it depends on where you are, what you're doing, what you want. And that's why we are telling, come talk to us. Come tell us, where are you? Unafanya nini? Unaenda wapi? Then you will see whether your bank can take you through that journey and where you're coming from. Sindio? Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to respond on the cues. He mentioned equity. Yeah. Okay. Should I stand again? Okay, fine. Now I'm too tall. Data. We do follow up. We have 2.6 million. We've trained both men and women in this country and still training them. I said what we offer. Then about training you while you're on the queues, it is not just something that you've just had me mentioning here that you keep on mentioning and mentioning. It needs a class. We do it in cohorts. And it's done both physically, where you're in person and we buy lunch or breakfast, whichever you choose. But you have to sit in from 9 to 12. Those are like 4 hours, once a week for 4 weeks. And you'll get all this knowledge we are talking about. If it is online, we do it even in the night. You register as groups, cohorts. You can even be groups of youth, groups of women. You register to do it online. It can be in the morning, at night, anytime. But at night is what is popular, from 7:30 to 9. And within 6 weeks, you see those are few hours. Others have login issues and all that. Within 6 weeks, you'll have graduated. And therefore, we can do it on queues. But again, just to encourage you, you don't need to come to the bank. We love seeing you in the bank, by the way. But you don't need to come to the bank. Just come when you really have to see us, the managers, not just to transact. We have a lot of information and would want to share with you. Come and see the managers who are seated in the bank. Engage them. Know what they know and learn something. Just to tell you, we have EasyBiz. These are online solutions for businesses. We have the star 247 hash, what we've been pushing. We have the online, the equity app. Please enroll for the soft solutions, yes. And also the ATMs, she's reminded me, you can still use them to access your funds. And the 42,000 equity agents countrywide, 42,000. So I'm sure you're near an agent. You don't need to come to the bank, but you're still welcome to join us and let's have a conversation. How we analyze our data, we have the trained and financed. From EGF, they just train and push to the bank. And as the manager in charge of the women and youth banking, I need to give feedback on how many have been financed after they were trained. So we have trained and financed, and we also have trained and not financed. And I'm really appraised on how many have been financed. So I also push to make sure they are financed. both digitally or physical. Even financing 1,000 is still financing, because somebody didn't have the 1,000 to go and buy feed for her chicks, to grow the chicks and sell as chicken. So even 1,000 is still a loan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that amazing conversation that we've just had. We are running desperately behind on time, so I just want to allow our development partner to speak and share a few things about a comment that was made about bringing the financial institutions together. And then after that, we can go for a quick tea break. We'll ask you during the tea break to grab your snacks, grab as much as you can. The challenge, my personal challenge to you is see how much you can fit on a plate and eat it at the same time. Then come to your desk. I will carry on with the session. But for now, let me hand it over quickly to FSDK, represented by Amrik.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry, I thought it was another development partner, so I've lost my question. I'm very, very encouraged to hear about all this amazing sort of innovation and thinking that's going on in the banking sector, and taking really account of the needs of women businesses. But I think at root, obviously, especially with this discussion on the de-risking, which I rather agree, we've seen the profits of banks going up to an unprecedented level since COVID. So clearly banks are making a lot of profits. I'd love to hear the sort of statistics that, on the growth of the share of your market to women. Banks, as we know, are there to sort of serve the real economy, but we're also sort of seeing the share of credit or lending into key sectors like manufacturing is still continuing to be, fairly stagnant. So I'm still wondering, with all this great innovation and ideas, people vote with their feet, and are we seeing the growth in your portfolios of women clients? What are we seeing with respect to NPLs? Are we devolving risk onto our clients? Are we taking it on ourselves? And we're talking about interest rates on loans being, curtailed by central bank and so forth. But what about interest rates on savings? The reasons why women join Shamas is not because they're uneducated. It's because, yes, they're being charged, or they themselves choose to pay 10% interest rate a month. However, that goes into their own shares as interest or dividends on their shares. So they get those profits back at the end of the day, through savings, which is what they really care about. So I think, there's still a lot of thinking on the basic business model or business premise on which banks are sort of serving their clients. It needs to be given some attention. However, I'm very encouraged that people are doing all this thinking about women's needs and trying to innovate around that. It's just a comment, really, not a question. Thank you.
Thanks, Amrik. So with that, could we please be upstanding and head over outside to the door on your right? But just before we do that, there's a team that will need to take a photo. So we'll just ask them to sit. The panelists can just quickly sit and the photo can be taken. And the rest of us can go outside and take tea. Okay. Sorry, I'm being given contrary instructions by my leader.
We are so sorry for the delay. We're just waiting for one last interview to finish before we continue with the next session. But then, in the meantime, I'm going to invite my colleague, Elizabeth, who will be taking us through the next panel. But just before the camera crew gets back into the room, we can reflect about the first two sessions. What have been the key insights that we have learned from those first two sessions? What are we taking with us? Is there any action point that you're going to make after this event, just based on these first two conversations that we have had? So I can just go around and hear your reflections. I'll start with this table. What have been your key insights? Just one thing, one word.
I think for me, I like the proposal for an umbrella body for the banking sector. So I know there is one, the Kenya Bank Association, but they need to be specific. But I think it's a good proposal. Yeah.
Thank you so much, James. Any reflections from this table?
Thank you. What excited me most was what Britam is doing as far as taking care of the expectant or rather mothers who've delivered that are there within the ecosystem. The product innovation, that you can have something for that person that can take care of them can protect them from the unknowns or from those usual things that we'd want to assume. So for me, I found that to be a bit very innovative, and it's something that maybe if explored fully, then it can be scaled to higher levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Britam is in the room and they've had that. So from this table, any reflections?
Okay, thank you very much. And the reflection from the representation by the financial institution was on matter of financial literacy to women and traders, which is very key. That as we do business, we want also to train our traders across the board to understand the nitty-gritties on how to do business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. With those few remarks, let me welcome Elizabeth to take over.
Good afternoon. So we'll move on to the next session where we'll be discussing trade and how each one and every one of you as an organization can participate in cross-border trade, to be more specific. So today I have the pleasure of inviting Winnie and Gloria, two ladies I really look up to and I've had the pleasure of working alongside with great insights. So as they come in, Gloria is the director at Trademark Africa. She has over 25 years of experience. She's previously worked as a banker, worked with the UNDP and now at Trademark Africa. Winnie Oko is the CEO and founder of Lattice, Nairobi, and she's worked in Africa, the US and Europe. And with those few remarks, ladies, karibuni sana. So maybe I'll start with you, Winnie. Just introduce yourself to us once more, and then what Lattice does and what that involves, how that plays in terms of trade.
Thank you very much, Liz. And thank you for this forum. I am blown away by the passion shown by the two panels before us. It's amazing to see the youth speaking up and the banks just having a chance to showcase their products. So like Liz said, my name is Winnie Oko. I have been in Lattice for 23 years. So where are my 4 years, 4 months entrepreneurs? There's actually a pathway to success if you persevere. What Lattice does, is this better? Yes. What Lattice does, we say we create and share prosperity by solving consequential problems. So we want when we show up, everybody feels they'll be better off. Businesses are better off, our clients are better off, the donor agencies we represent are better off. That's what we're about. And why are we in trade? Did you know that more than half of everybody employed in Kenya is employed in trade. That is wholesale and retail, more than half. So when you talk about jobs, they're actually in trade. And then if you zoom out and look at the whole of Africa, 70% of all cross-border trade is done by women. So if you want to move the needle in terms of jobs, in terms of value creation, and you're not in trade, I'm not quite sure. So that's why we are very proud to work in the trade space. Now, as I was watching the first panel with the young entrepreneurs, it actually brought to my mind the statistics that we hear about. They say the 70% was mirrored. How many women were there on that panel? Were you 3? And how many men? You see the 70%. The other thing they say is that the reason why men-led businesses, one of the reasons why men-led businesses do better than women-led businesses is because men tend to have multiple businesses and women only one. So when this business is doing well and the other one is not doing well, you can actually cross-subsidize, isn't it? And then you live to tell the tale. So it was very interesting to see those dynamics displayed in the panel. Sorry, Liz, you only asked me one question.
Gloria? Good afternoon all. My name is Gloria Tere from Trademark Africa. Trademark Africa is an 11-year-old organization, really with the mission to promote African countries. We used to be in East Africa before, now we are across the whole continent. The idea is for us to trade with each other. Africa trades a lot with the rest of the world and very little with each other. So our role really is to reduce those barriers and really promote trade, because we're a big market. We are over 1 billion people in this continent. We need to do more trade with each other.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So Winnie, some of the challenges that women experience from what Lattice does and the challenges you've seen in the market specifically to women.
Thank you for that question. And it was brought up in the previous 2 panels. And it's a problem that we see in our work every day. So we are big in agriculture and also very big in aquaculture, which is basically fish farming. So what we have seen time and time again is that the big needle mover is actually knowledge and understanding. And people said, how come over time you see the same people coming for the same training and the needle isn't moving? This is a good question to sit with because this is what we observe. Now in the work we have done, particularly in the last 2 years, we said let's pivot this model a bit. Let's not train and go. Let's instead do an incubation. Let's create an ecosystem that gives people all the inputs they need, the financial access that they need, and then we work with them through a process of knowledge enhancement, so that not only do we train you, but through a series of events, we give you a support group. People have heard it said that it's lonely at the top. It's even lonelier in business or farming. So when you put me in a group of people who are facing my same challenges, the learning lands in a different way. And then I can ask Gloria, I'm struggling with managing my envelopes. I keep crossing, my child gets sick. So then Gloria will tell me this is how I handled it, and suddenly the learning is at a different level. So we've seen the transition from training to capacity building through incubation activities actually works, and with an inbuilt mentor attached to it. And we've seen dramatic changes. Women who before were struggling to make meat in a farming enterprise are able to see that if they forward integrate to trade, they make more money. So that's one big thing that we've learned. Second big thing is formalization. When you don't have a license, when you have no license, when you don't have a way of protecting yourself and your business because it's not formal, you end up being exposed to harassment. You end up not being able to access financial services. So that journey towards formalization is a key barrier that we also address. And then of course security. Women are vulnerable. You cross the border, you saw the trucks at the beginning. What happens if people try to rough you up? Or what happens if they try to steal from you as a woman that you're frail? So putting people in groups and educating them also reduces that barrier. I'll stop there because there are many. Yeah.
Thank you, Winnie. So Gloria, just a follow up on that. Trademark and trade policy, I know it's part of what the roles you played. So what are the market changes you're seeing in terms of trade policies, trade activities that is enabling women in this space and also trying to solve some of the problems that Winnie has alluded to?
Thanks, Elizabeth. So just picking up on that point of informality, a lot of our businesses are trading informally and structured. So basically the trade policy, people don't even know they exist. So that transition to formalization is very important because that's one of the ways we'll get to the table where policies are being discussed. But that said, I think Africa is in a good space now. We have the Africa Free Continental Trade Area Agreement, and that's building up on the East Africa Community Treaty. So we've already come together as countries and said, let's work together. So under the ESC, for example, there's what they call the Simplified Trading Regime. This regime makes it easier for any business owner, whether they're female or male, trading below $2,000 worth of goods or services to trade across ESC. So these are frameworks that are available and they can support women to trade more, and we are seeing more and more women coming into this space. The issue is information. Back to information. People just do not know. They do not know this framework exists. They don't know how it works. So part of my job is really that, is to make that information known and then encourage women to take advantage of these regimes. But they do exist. Even revenue authorities are getting more and more, just like the banks are getting more closer to their customers in courts. So there's opportunities to really boost women's participation and take advantage of the opportunities of trade.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. So I want to share an experience I had back maybe 18 years ago when equity was just beginning to be a factor. Remember, equity was an overnight success that had taken 12 years to create. So we went to see what this equity phenomenon was, and we decided to go to a branch in Thika. And it was very interesting because unlike all the other banks that we knew up to that time, when you walk into an equity banking hall, you're instantly greeted by somebody whose role was to greet and make customers feel at home. So even if you've never banked before, you walk into an equity bank, they won't allow you to feel, lost or uncertain. I know it sounds alien because now banks are very accessible, but 18 years ago, they were not. So you walk into equity, maybe you have gumboots, maybe you've got a bag, the guy will come, greet you, tell you where to put your bag, make you feel at home and direct you where you need to go. So even as policies are changed and things are made more accessible, I think what will make the difference for our women is if we bring things down to that level. And I know some of the initiatives you're working on deliver that. How do we handhold women to make them comfortable in spaces that are traditionally male-dominated, where your voice actually doesn't normally have space? And this is where things like associations, like women's groups, like mentorships, it comes in. So as policies become more accessible and create more space, we need programs that allow women to feel at home in traditionally inhospitable places.
Okay.
This has triggered something.
Yes,
yeah, because when you talked about, it reminded me of something. We have what we call panya routes. Panya routes are the legal routes at borders. Guess who's in the panya routes? Women. They're the ones passing the back door to trade, and yet they have a right to use the border crossing. Again, it comes back to information. And then because you're in the panya route, you meet the security guard, he'll ask for sexual favors, the cycle continues. So we need to bring the confidence and the trust that the system actually works and it works in their favor.
Yeah. Okay. So as I open up the floor to Q&A, maybe she mentioned some of the initiatives you guys are doing. Do you want to mention at least one of the initiatives that the traders can tap into?
Yeah, sure. I wanted to raise the issue that hasn't come up this morning, which is about care work. Trademark did a research and found that out of the 11 hours that women spend trading, they spend 3 hours doing care work. So taking care of children or elderly persons or sick people. So it means they cannot compete with their male counterparts. If you lose 3 hours of your day, it's not lose, sorry, that's a wrong word. But if you have to spend 3 hours of your day doing this work, you can't compete. So one of the solutions we're looking at is digital. Just finding a way for this woman in the comfort of her home to be able to get a market. So again, it takes trust, it takes confidence, but COVID did that for us because when COVID came, people had no choice but to go digital. So that has, people have built up on that. So we have a platform called iSoko. It's amongst other platforms out here, but the idea is to help you reach your market, sell your product, reach a service provider from the comfort of your phone. And that's really one of the things we're doing to bridge that gap, not just from a perspective of trade, but also from care, from the care work angle. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So questions?
As we wait for questions, I'll say something small on care work. So over the years, we found out that when you invite people to a forum like this, the issue of care work comes up. So when we put out an invitation and we're working with women in trade, we actually say that there is a provision, you can actually come with your child. And we find that over half the women come with a suckling child. And it's actually been a very interesting phenomenon to watch. Because now they feel, I have permission. This is like the greeter. Come, we know you have your child. Come with the child. We'll try and make accommodations for you to sit in the training or to sit in the session along with your child. So it's small things like these that make a difference. Yeah.
Thank you. So allow me to close the session if there are no... Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that highlight. Mine goes to Gloria. Gloria Amostin from Busia County. And Busia County is a border county, we all know. And we appreciate the work you are doing there. We have partnered. We built as a Soko poster, that is a trademark. We are very much appreciative. My concern is about the issue of ESC, that is a cross-border trading. In Busia County, the other side, that is in Uganda, the ease of doing business sometimes is very hard. Our traders are being harassed when crossing the other side. But when the Ugandans cross to Kenya, they are given a very humble opportunity to trade. What are some of the initiatives the Trademark Africa is doing to ease that? Because this East African Community Treaty, it only works in Kenya, but when it goes to Uganda, ni kitu ingine ngumu sana. So help us to understand the role Trademark is doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Oh.
Just a follow-up question to Gloria on the same issue of the border crossings. I come from Turkana. We border 3 countries, Ethiopia, Uganda, and South Sudan. And most of the trademark activities are concentrated around traditional crossing points of Isibania, Namanga, and Busia. So we have 6 crossing border points, and I want to ask that you tailor-make some programs for the women traders in that area.
Yeah, thanks. So to Austin's question, two things. We work both with the public and private sector. So for private sector, it's around really raising awareness. What are your rights as a trader? But also, what is your responsibility as a trader? You have to be doing the right thing. If you do the wrong thing, obviously you cross the regulator or the security personnel. But from the public sector, there's what they call the border management committees. These are really supposed to help address those issues. There should be fair treatment from both sides of the border. So one of the things we do is work with those committees, enable them to do what they're supposed to do, which is hear what the problems are and find some resolution to ease crossing across the borders. So that's, of course, work in progress. A lot of the progress we've seen is around individuals. So we're trying to move that to institutions. So if a border manager is really progressive and open, that border will flourish. But we know that, of course, customs people are changed, immigration are moved around. So we're trying to move to a point where it's an institutional practice. It's the way business is done. So you don't find borders, I mean, as you're saying, traders crossing, and then they're being arrested, stopped by the revenue authorities and things like that. So it's a continuous process. And we see that also going to happen at the regional level as well, because when you start crossing to other territories beyond the EAC, that can only get more complex. To James's question, yes, we acknowledge that is something to pick up. But we did do some work at Nadapal, which I hope we'll be able to pick up in the years to come. But a really good point. We tend to focus on the traditional borders, yet there's so much other opportunity. Yeah, so it's a good point to take home. But I wanted to pick something, Elizabeth, as we close, on logistics. So when I had the young people talk earlier, I know Shekina talked about getting things from Turkey and things like that. So logistics is a big challenge in this region. The cost of moving a commodity from one location to another is crazy. We're talking about air travel. It costs you $400 to fly to Kigali. So those are the things we are trying to work with the EAC as well to see how do you reduce the costs. Because we have to go to markets beyond our own countries, but it has to be favorable. So digital is a solution to that in some ways, but there's also still quite a bit of work to be done in terms of the cost of logistics, because that's really one of the areas that especially the young people can get into, trading across borders.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm guessing there are no more questions. So please engage with them as they sit and then get to know how can you tap into the partnerships and how can they aid maybe your business into going global. Okay, we take our photo, ladies.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So the next conversation we are going to have will be on counties, and I'd like to invite our panelists. We have Austin Dege, Trade Director, Busia County. Then we have James Lokwale, who is also a Trade Director from Turkana County. We have Winfred Musyoka from Makueni County, and Gilbert Murunga from Trans Nzoia County. So through our work, we've come to realize that not only are banks providing financial services to women, but counties are also doing the same. So counties have been able to do this by allocating part of their budget in different funds, and these have been run in different ways. So I'll give an opportunity for each panelist to just tell us briefly how they are running their county funds. Thereafter, I'm going to just display some data that we got from these counties. So I'll start with you, Winfred. You can tell us what Makueni Empowerment Fund is doing and how you're running the program. So you can just take a couple of minutes each.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Winfred Musyoka. I work as a credit officer serving the Makueni County government under the Makueni County Empowerment Fund, which is domiciled in the Department of Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services. Okay, this fund is popularly known as the Tetheka Fund. Tetheka is a Kamba word meaning Saidika. So basically this fund targets the marginalized and vulnerable residents of Makueni County, and we are key to empower the women, youth, persons living with disability, and table banking groups. So basically this fund has gained its mandate to operate, or rather it's regulated by the PFM Act, and it has regulations that govern it to operate. And basically we have two forms of products. We have the group loans that we give to the table banking groups, and we have individual products that we give to individuals in our county. And basically we are saying that we are targeting the marginalized and vulnerable in our county, but they still need to have the ability to repay these loans. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Winfred.
Good afternoon. My name is James Lokwale, the County Director of Trade from Turkana. I'm a career banker. Been in that space for close to 12 years before I joined the county government about 10 years ago. Ours is a difficult task of helping politicians fulfill their campaign promises in this space. And so, just like our colleague in the banking profession, ours is to augment what the mainstream financial institutions advance in credit. In Turkana, we have 3 funds. Like Makueni, we have funds for individual traders. We call it Biashara Fund. The second one is the one that is targeting youths and women in groups. And then the last one is on cooperatives. So overall, in the last 3 to 4 years, we have a kitty running into 500 million, advancing credit to almost 4,800 individual and groups at very cheaper rates, 3% per annum, repayable within 24 months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ndege Austin, the County Director for Trade and Markets in Busia County. I'll highlight a little bit on the funds that we run in Busia County. We have 3 funds, but I'll concentrate on 2, which are domicile in the Department of Trade, investment, industry and cooperatives, and SMEs. So one, we have a fund called Trade Revolving Fund, which was enacted in 2016 by the County Assembly of Busia. And the main objective of this fund was to support women, youths, and vulnerable people in the community. As my brother from Turkana, whom we share a lot in terms of cross-border trade, has said, some of these funds, we work under political environment. Having came from a political environment and going to another political environment, sometimes a challenge. But this fund is here to support these vulnerable people in the community, especially women. From the data I shared with Microsoft Consulting on the Trade Revolving Fund, a higher number of beneficiaries were women. That means that women are really involved in trade matters in Busia. Challenges are there, but we are working to reduce that gap. We also have Cooperative Enterprise Fund, which is domiciled in our department, that deals with cooperatives. In Busia County, we have 14 cooperatives which are women-based. 14 cooperatives which are women-based. And one of the cooperatives that I have to mention is Cross-Border Women Traders, one of the cooperatives within Busia that deals with goods and services across the countries. Turkana County plays a very important role, a very key role in building economy of Busia County. As you all know, fish industry in Turkana County is a good business, but this fish passes through the Busia County. So Busia County and Turkana County has something in common. And we are looking forward to work together to reduce that gap by creating an enabling environment for our women doing business. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Gilbert Murunga from the County Government of Trans Nzoia. Standing in as the fund manager to a fund that is run by the county. The fund is called Trans Nzoia Nawiri Fund. It's a fund that is meant to propel or to provide affordable business credit to all entrepreneurs that are located within Trans Nzoia County. And the salient feature that is common among all the funds is that majorly they are formed to propel the political aspects of whoever is at the top. But majorly the fund was started way back in 2015. However, it kicked up, or it was revamped 2 years ago to what it is right now as it is. The fund is of course guided by the provisions of the PFM Act 2012, as well as the Trans-Nzoia Nawiri Fund Act that was enacted way back in 2015. And a similar feature between our fund and the one that is at Turkana County is ours. We charge a very little interest rate of 3% per annum, and that is what I think is the common feature among this. So I think more will come in the discussion that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's interesting to note that women not only have the option of going to financial service providers, but at the county level, they can be able to get some capital to support their businesses. So next, I just want to share some data from the counties that we have visited. So, just a second. We'll start with looking at data from Trans-Nzoia County. Just as Gilbert has mentioned, you see that women are the biggest beneficiaries of Nawiri Fund. So what we realized was really interesting about Trans-Nzoia is that giving group loans to different groups of people from PWDs, women, youth, and the elderly, and we see a great participation of women, both even in the ticket sizes that they are applying. We see women have the highest percentage of 210. So later on, we'll have a conversation with Gilbert on what these funds are for. Next, we'll have just a look at Uasin Gishu. Mr. Tanui was not able to be with us here today, but just looking at these data too, we see that women are the biggest beneficiaries in terms of occupation. The Mama Mboga, I don't know if there's Baba Mboga, but we also have the men who are participating in selling of groceries, who are the biggest beneficiaries of the Inua Biashara Fund. So this data was collected between 2020 and 2024. But just when you look at the bottom of the graph, I would like to note that men are borrowing twice as much as women under the Inua Biashara in Uasin Gishu County. So that's an interesting conversation to have. Is it that the types of businesses that the women are participating in are not allowing them to borrow a lot of money, or what is the barrier of them borrowing very small ticket sizes from that fund? Next, we'll also have a look at Busia County. Just as Austin has mentioned, women are the biggest beneficiaries of the fund from the Trade Revolving Fund, and women are also participating a lot in the groceries department as opposed to these other departments. So also, we'd like to have a conversation of, what informs the choice of trade that a woman gets into. Of course, there are trades like, let's say, the Mama Mboga, the barriers of entry might be a little low, and that must be one of the incentives for them starting out in selling vegetables, as opposed to taking other, participating in other sectors which might be more capital intensive. So just based on this data, maybe I'd like to start with you, Gilbert. How have you managed in Trans-Nzoia County to allocate these funds to these women? And also, while you're doing the same, what are those funds for?
Thank you, Priscilla. Once more, good afternoon. I think from Trans-Nzoia and majorly the fund, Trans-Nzoia Nawiri Fund, we operate under two models. Model number one, and which propelled us to where we are operating a model called tender financing, whereby instead of loaning money meant to just money loan, we loan money to finance perhaps tenders and contracts with which we've enabled the respective formal women groups to apply, secure, and then we finance them to undertake the loans. Because we know under government or any procurement opportunities that is available, majorly around 30% minimum to close to 40% is always guaranteed to be a profit. So we undertake to finance a tender to a tune of perhaps 40% minimum to 60% minimum. So when a respective group has already obtained the tender, we do finance them to a tune of 40% to 60% because we know it's a guarantee that, number one, they'll be able to undertake the tender to completion and they'll be paid in time. And thereafter, we recover our money. So we know it's not going to be a default because it's a mechanism is already in place to ensure that immediately they are paid, we remit our money back, and they are left with the other amount that is on top of it as a profit once we deduct our interest rate, of course. Before we came up with the model, we did a survey around the countywide, and we established that the business model that is salient among the residents of Trans Nzoia majorly is small-scale businesses that are always, they are common. You find if it's poultry farming always close around, but in small scales, there's lack of diversification. And so what we did, we came up with this product to ensure that insofar as the salient thing that is happening in Trans Nzoia is agriculture-based, mainly agriculture, plant-based, we came up with this product so that it's a diversification to ensure that continuity in the businesses of women, so that someone does not only rely on the mama mboga business that they are doing. People can propel, people can grow henceforth. So that is why we came up with the product. I think I did catch out.
Thank you so much, Gilbert. Just from the conversation with Gilbert, Trans Nzoia has managed to be able to reduce leakages of that fund. So all the funds that the various counties are talking about, these are revolving funds. So hence we need reinvestment in the fund for to have funds for the next cycle. So through financing through tenders, the county is able to recover. But I'd like to hear from the other counties how the revolving fund is operating. How have you managed to just incentivize the borrowers to repay? And since they're not participating in the county tenders, how do you make sure that the repayments are happening?
Thank you. The Makueni County Empowerment Fund was established in the year 2016. And then 8 years down the line, that is in the year 2020, we had to stop lending. Why? Because the portfolio at risk had gone high. And this is because we had challenges of repayment of these loans. And one of the major challenges was the political challenge, as stated by my colleagues. You realize that most county residents will imagine that a county is issuing grants. The other challenge that made us halt the disbursement of the funds is, people borrowing funds and they do not know the reason, the purposes. They do not have a purpose for why they are borrowing these funds. Why? There is no training, there is no mentorship. A point that has been brought up by all the panelists who've been here. So we had also to stop lending because there was a lot of diversion of these funds. And again, to cover for these challenges, as a county, we've had to restructure and re-engineer this fund so that we are able to put up measures to ensure that this fund is operating well. And that is why we had to go and partner with other stakeholders, like-minded stakeholders, like Safaricom. So currently we are digitizing the Makueni County Empowerment Fund together with Safaricom. We have co-created a digital lending platform where we are saying that our beneficiaries, the groups, the individuals, will now go to an online platform and apply for their loans. This means that This means that we are reducing the turnaround time for our borrowers. This also means that we are soundproofing, or rather we are securing our funds, because we ensure that it's only accessible to Makueni County residents. And of course, there are other restructuring procedures, like ensuring that even before these beneficiaries can come and borrow, they are trained and mentored well before they can access these funds. So basically, we've had like 4,000 beneficiaries, like 2,000 from the groups and 2,000 individuals, borrowing to a tune of 278 million, but we're still having arrears of a tune of around 58 million. Yeah, so far. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to add on to what my colleagues are saying on the strategies to enhance sustainability. One, in Turkana, we have a board. All our 3 funds have boards constituted, comprising of representations from across section of youth, women, the private sector individuals, and county government officials. So we have also a secretariat, which is the domicile in my office. In the board, we have a fund administrator who supports in the accounting processes, as I sit there as the secretary of the board. Secondly, we have procured a loan management system akin to what the banks are operating, which helps us to track the loans and manage the repayment. Of the 3 funds, women-led group businesses have the highest repayment rates, as opposed to youth-led and the ones operated by the individual traders. It's not doing very well. So we get a lot of our repayments from most of the groups which we lend to women. And then secondly, we're also exploring the possibility of working with the mainstream banks to see whether, because of the experience and the capacity in that sector, to outsource management of these loans. So we're in discussion with one of the banks, the leading banks in Kenya, to support us in that role. Lastly, we also have a PayBill, an online platform that allows all the loanees to pay the loans. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. The fund, I said it was enacted in 2016, but it was first in 2021. It's when we got the funds from the county assembly after budget allocation. Because as you all know, for any funding of a county government, there must be budget procedures. So in 2021, the county assembly of Busia was able to allocate 5 million as a start. But during that time, as my colleagues have said, some of these funds are political in nature, because a politician stands up and says, hii ni pesa yenyu, mwende mchukue. So those are some of the utterances that are being made by a politician. That is a fact. We cannot run away from it. Because if Gen Zs, for example, my brother here, akisikia pesa iko mahali mwende mchukue, he'll run away, he'll run and go and pick that money. So we have come up with structures to ensure that the loan repayment and recovery is done in a way that the fund is sustainable, being a revolving fund. Because a revolving fund is supposed to stand on itself after 3 years, so that other people can benefit from it. With the low interest rates of 5% per annum, it is something that is achievable. So we are working closely with the financial institution, especially in Busia County, with Equity Bank for financial literacy. So that as people take these loans, as traders take these loans, they have those skills on how to manage their businesses, and also to handle the issue of diversion of funds. As the data that has been shared here by Priscilla, we have different kinds of businesses that are run across the county. But when we are doing the assessment, someone will show you is doing cereal. But at later stage, we work closely with banks to assist us on coming up with the best models on loan recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. Just from this conversation, you realize that supporting small-scale traders, supporting women as MSMEs cannot be a job of one particular institution or one sector. Banks themselves cannot be able to sort the problem. So we are coming together, different partners, to be able to see what can everybody do to be able to support women entrepreneurs. So, and my final question in just talking about partnerships, for these various counties, what do you think, what partnerships would you require to support the different funds that you're operating to be able to run better, to be able to be more efficient?
Thank you. One, due to budgetary allocations, counties are not able to meet the demand of the MSMEs. So we are looking into partnering with like-minded partners who can offer more donor funds so that the revolving fund kitty can grow. There's a big gap in the training and mentorship programs, because you realize that what basically affects the MSMEs is the mind set that needs to be changed. Somebody here was emphasizing on mentorship. Mentorship is very key. So we are looking into partnering with individuals who can offer mentorship to our beneficiaries before and even after they get these loans, and also offer them skills on BDS, that is business development skills and such. We also have policies that are leaning towards empowering women and MSMEs in the county, and we have a very unique policy that we are developing with a certain partner called Village Enterprise that is geared towards ending extreme poverty. This policy is on ultra poor graduation, and we are looking into partnering with individuals to implement this policy because we believe that it can be key in empowering our women and generally the MSMEs in our county. Also on the aspect of policy, well versed with that, who can inform or rather empower our MSMEs on the regulatory measures and frameworks that are required to really make this sector thrive. So yeah, thank you.
Maybe for me, I want to emphasize a bit on the partnership, collaboration, especially with the mainstream banks, the financial institutions, because of the huge demand of these loans across counties. Sometimes it's very difficult to do what we need to do as counties ourselves, and so this opportunity to work out with banks, not only on the administration of the credit schemes, also consider co-funding. And this is something we are in discussions with, as I said, with one of the banks. We have also had a successful collaboration with, you heard about it, it's a USAID fund, run fund which supported our Youth and Women Empowerment Fund in terms of the capacity building of our board members. So they trained them on credit management, on how to support the secretariat. And lastly, as my colleagues have said, sometimes it's very difficult to undertake the process of collection of these repayments, and when they fall due, like they do in many counties, it becomes very difficult for counties to sort it out. And so we have debt collection agencies, debt recovery support institutions, which also can come in and support counties at that level of recovery of these loans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The demand for this fund is very high, and we call upon the financial institutions, especially banks that are within the counties, to help us in financial literacy and skills to improve on our traders. Because most of these traders, they are from rural setup. So there are so many challenges. So with the help of financial institution, they can able to reduce that gap. Another partnership that we call upon is technology and innovation. As you all know, we are moving into, technology is moving very fast. And if you are left behind, you may end up not doing business right way. As one of the panelists has said, when it comes to Mama Mboga, they always prefer that small phone. Kabambe. So it is also good to encourage them to go on the digital platform, even selling their products on TikTok, on WhatsApp status, so that people can reach higher number of consumers. Then another issue also, infrastructure. Some of these things, if you don't create an enabling environment in this sector, we may end up not getting the end product. As I've said before, we have partnered with Trademark Africa, and we call upon that as we continue engaging, we do more infrastructure development with the help of the county government, putting in mind that the budget constraints that are there, we cannot reach out to so many development infrastructure in our counties. So we call upon any partner that is ready to do even a market that can be a model in some of these counties to help our traders have that conducive environment. We are also partnering, we have a partner by the name Collaborative Center for Gender Development, who are coming up with a childcare unit in Busia County. As you all know, most of the women traders face a lot of challenge when it comes to caregiver services. You have a child, you need to do some business, which is such a challenge. So we encourage that we come up with childcare units in our markets to help women minimize on time lost when doing business. Thank you.
Okay, from Trans Nzoia and what is emanating from fellow counties, the aspect of funding, increasing of finance to the kitties is what is majorly coming out. Because like in our case, we are intending to build the kitty to a tune of $500 million, then to enable it to be a properly revolving fund. So we are out seeking for partners to enable us at least reach the tune or the goal that you are we're requiring to achieve. As of now, we are partnering up with Equity Bank, whereby we are doing a matching. So if we loan out a group, for example, 200,000, the next time they borrow, we graduate them up, and if they require funds that are way beyond what we can offer, we refer them to the bank quietly, and at least they can be given rates that are a bit understandable to them. Then number two, majorly, we also need partners, especially in terms of technology, because if we are to compete with the larger lenders, we'd also need to have a footprint, at least in the digital space, so that we know at the comfort of someone's home, they don't need to come to the office to inquire these services, they just get it online. I think that is what we require for now.
Thank you so much for those insightful recommendations. The partners are in the room, and I hope even during lunch hour we'll continue to network and seek how you can be able to collaborate and support the funds that are being operated at county level. So at this point, I'll invite us for a session of Q&A in case there are any questions within the room that you'd like to ask.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, I would like to make a comment. What is common with all counties is the dates, or the time that these fundings started, dating back to 2015, pointing to it not being rooted in some good policy, because whenever a new governor is elected, he comes up with an entirely new way of handling it. I think it is high time we have policies that stretch across all counties so that we're able to govern these funds. Somebody said we needed to have an umbrella body. I think we need to have a regulatory body that govern counties lending money to its citizens, because you're already in the business. Like banks, they have a regulatory body. You see, all of you, the objective is one, to support women and youth in business. But because regimes change, this maybe the next time another governor comes, possibly in Trans Nzoia, is going to turn around how everything is going to be handled. So there is need for us to have a policy that governs disbursement of these funds. Also very important is, I think I can come to the question. How do you guys navigate the political space and ensure that these funds actually benefit qualified people? Because I know for sure an MCA will go to his ward and even form a group that was non-existing. Just help them to register, go get that fund, get the loan, and even goes ahead to tell them what you said. Hii ni pesa yenyu. If you choose to repay, you can repay. If you choose to not repay, it's on you. That is why I insist on us having that regulated. I would suggest how counties could actually partner with banks. The banks are already offering these facilities. And more often than not, people will go to the banks because at least there you don't need to know anyone. If you qualified, you can get the money. What if the counties would now come in terms of being security guarantors, so that you enter into MOUs with the banks in that when I win this tender, if I go to the bank, I'm able to get a facility that will support me to do that business. That will reach an extensive number of people. Why I say that is because most banks shy from funding LPOs and LSOs from counties. They do, because they are not sure when their money will come. So I think that should be the partnership that should be advanced, in the sense that when we go to these banks, we are able to get the facilities that we need, because counties will not have the facilities that can benefit the county extensively. Thank you.
Thank you. My quick question is on CES. If someone could comment on that model, because it's proving to be a barrier to trade between counties.
Mine is a solution to the counties. You have a fund, isn't you? You're going to say 1 billion. Place it in the bank. List your business people within Busia. Tell us these are the guys doing serious businesses. Then it saves you on credit appraisal, because we are experts. We have units that are doing that. And then it also reduces the interest rates. So if you place, for example, your funds at 0%, mumeka tu hapo, mnataka tu ikae hapo, ikuwe ni for the women, for the bank to onward lend to the other people. It probably means they will borrow at 3 to 5%, very little. Or sometimes it will just be admin charges. So it depends on how we enter that kind of deal. So what does it do for you? It removes the headache of, unajua ile pesa mko nayo ni yetu, you know that mentality. Hii ni pesa yetu atulipi. But when they're dealing with a bank, it's a different thing. And we have those kind of things. We support funds, we support SACCOs, we support chamas for onward lending to their members. So karibuni sana. We are in that space, and we can also guide you. And we have experts who deal with those public sector funds. Asante.
I think I'll go faster. Number one, on the aspect of how we manage the political aspect, I think it goes in line with what Madam from Family Bank has said. With the case of Trans Nzoia County, our fund is being managed at Equity Bank. So insofar as it's a county fund, the salient message that you're sending out is that insofar as it's the public fund, but it's still being managed under the bank. So before someone is a loan is extended to someone, they have to undergo through the whole process of vetting and verification before we now recommend them to get loan. And remember, we said that in Trans Nzoia, the model that we're operating from is the one that we call tender financing model, whereby a respective group has gotten a tender, we now refer them to the bank for financing. So that one eliminates the aspect of the political aspect at one point, as well as the aspect of defaulting. So we have an MOU between us and Equity Bank Kitale in operating that. Again, the issue of banks being reluctant to finance LSOs and LPOs from the county, it really boils down to the top management of the county in the case of pending bills, resolution of pending bills. And from where I sit, from Trans Nzoia County, our CEO, who is the governor, is very categorical on the issues of pending bills. He needs not to hear any case of pending bills. So the moment an item is delivered or a service is offered, the process of payment is expedited on a fast basis. So that is why we as Nawiri Fund are able to now operate smoothly and seemingly. Thank you.
Yeah, Priscilla, maybe just to answer the concern about whether we have a regulation guiding disbursement of county funds. We have. That's why it took us 2 to 3 years to put together across all these counties legislation. Ours is Biashara Fund Act. I know there is, you know. Yes, so all counties have guiding legislation. And these funds will not be disbursed by the control of budget without that. So I can guarantee you. So there is a legal framework. Navigating politics, you think it's easy? That's why I began by saying we have the difficult task of helping the politicians fulfill their campaign promises in this area. But the legislation helps us. It provides a framework on the eligibility criteria, the conditions of payment. So they have some small window. Just like any other person, even in the banks, of course, you would have a friend who would put through a request. Well, politicians occasionally do that. But I think overall, we are in Kenya, and no politician will let go of an initiative that gives them bonga points.
Maybe to add on the question of regulations. In Kenya, of course, any financial law is always governed by the PFM Act 2012 and the subsequent regulation. Also, oversight in the counties is done by the county assembly. So any issue regarding oversight is always done at the county assembly or until it's escalated to the Senate. So with regards to regulation, I think it's always codified. In fact, if you hear the Biashara Fund, maybe Trade Policy Fund, they all get their powers and mandates from the PFM Act. So that is how we are regulated at the counties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As my 2 colleagues have said, sometimes navigating between professionalism and politics is very tricky, but we try our level best to be professional, but at the same time, as we work in a political environment, to see how best we can help our people. On the issue of the fund, trade fund in Busia, we have that act that regulates the operation of the fund. With the help of the board, which is in place, the fund, as I alluded earlier, it was funded in 2021. But because of the challenges that have been mentioned here before, we are working around to turn the tables. Having came in 6 months ago, we are working closely with the financial institution to see how best we can turn this fund to benefit the intended purpose. So, as my brother has said, the policies are there. Even though there are gaps, we are working to make sure that those gaps are reduced to reach out to the bigger population and also to balance professionalism and politics. Thank you. Then there's an issue that Madam Gloria raised on the CES. I don't know if it's the higher charges or because it's a Thank you very much. When it comes to CES is part of the revenue streams in most of the counties. And as we discuss the issue of revenue, they say, tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. So as a matter of fact, at least for us to make sure that these counties, they can stand on their own, they need to have also to have some charges on these commodities as they move various across the various points in moving the products. So I believe every county has their own some charges on the CES. Thank you.
I can make an attempt because it's something that has come up in various forums as barriers to trade. I know in Turkana we have a North Thrift economic block. It's one of the things we are working to harmonize. We have 8 counties. There is legislation, I'm aware, in the Senate or the National Assembly towards this. So counties, I think in the near future, we will be required to just collect fees, cess, from the point of origin. Like, for example, in Turkana, we can agree with Busia. All the counties, West Pokot, Trans Nzoia, was in Gishu, where the fish is passing through. Turkana collects or Busia. But there is something that's being worked in the economic blocks here.
Thank you so much. I'll give an opportunity to Charity and any other question on last round.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's quite a good engagement. And just to appreciate our friends in the counties, this is when it's hitting me. There is need to balance politics and professionalism. It's such a balance. Yeah, but now this is as a woman, not Equity or anyone else, so don't quote me. I just want us to think as women, because I can see we've had professionals, all that, business people who are on it, so today I can pretend to be that Mama Mboga. Now, if a business person, a businesswoman comes for finances or goes for a financing in the bank, then she finances you, and it is delayed in payments, she suffers stress. True or false? True. And as a bank manager or officer, you are afraid of financing this person because you don't know what will happen. For sure, she will supply, there is profit, there is everything. But you are afraid. In case of a delay, how will I go to collect from this lady? Who is the age of my mother? Who is the age of my sister? How will she feel when I'm pushing her to pay, yet I know very well there is a pending bill? So that has always been at the back of my mind, and I'm like, how can counties help the women? By then, inakuanga story ngumu sana. Because for sure she's seeing business and sometimes inakuwa hard. But if there's a way you can allow women to finance, to supply, like 25%, you pay them like tomorrow, then she brings another 25%, you pay. We go in steps. She'll complete financing, you'll not be stressed, neither will the bank be stressed, but she'll have delivered and she'll fill you. So as the heads of funds, I can see chief of staff, we have honorable people here. Please see how best you can assist, not only the women, but even the youth. Sometimes they have little money, but they need so much, but we know they will still get there with the support of the banks, obviously. Yeah, but also to appreciate, now as the bank, just to appreciate the ones who are already working with us, and we urge you to continue working with us, but also see how best you can work with the youths and also the women who have no businesses, at least to start up. From your end, you are not really so much regulated, you can help them to start up. And then the banks can pick up from there, because now we are regulated, you have to finance somebody who is already in business. And yes, we do startups, but it is just a percentage. If it is a group, it has to be 20% of the whole group. Maybe if there are 40, 20%, only 8 can be startups. You see, those are very few. But from your end, you can even decide to help the youth to start businesses, and we'll pick them along the way. We are ready to do financial education and the likes. Then maybe for the youth, you can assist also in giving some waivers. Which are these businesses that youths can do without licenses? For example, like photography, I'm told like in one of these counties, they are not pushed to get licenses to take the photos and run around taking everyone photos. At least they are doing something. What are you doing in your specific counties where youths are not paying any bill? And what are these initiatives that we can come through for you? I know of others who are doing incubators for a family that has 1 chicken. You can imagine just 1 chicken, hata jogoni ya jirani. But then the incubators, alafu you hatch the chicken, the chicks, then within no time, from just 1 hen, at the end of the year, you can have like even 20 of them. Nani za kienyeji, they just eat from, the surrounding. They don't need a lot of feed and the costs in it. So how are you supporting these women to just come up in a small way, in a big way? We really appreciate. But personally, I appreciate the support you're giving us and the support you're giving the women and the youth. Tuko pamoja kwa hii serikali, Kenya ni yetu, tutasonga mbele. Si ndio? Tusaidie wa Kenya tu tusonge mbele. Thank you.
Thanks, Charity. I think Charity will be a politician in her next life. Yeah, but we'll have one last question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the wonderful engagements that we're having. Mine is a concern, or rather a point to note around the lending space where we are asking for partnerships as far as debt recovery is concerned, as far as the financial kitty or the basket is increased. But then I would want to understand, or it's keen to note, or I would want to know what is happening at a lending level, even before we get to disburse that amount of money. How are we controlling the default rate? What are we doing, or what are the data points that we are looking at that we can use to see that even as we increase that basket, even as we increase those funds, then we have a control around the default rate? Because, and I want to refer to maybe the case in Makueni County where we have 58 million in arrears. Yes, we are going to digitization, and of course, we may not have a full control about how we are going to onboard those borrowers. I mean, if we are talking about we can now control people within Makueni, then it means before people outside Makueni borrowed. But now, right now, we are going to digitize that process. I want to take a case study of maybe, let's say, Hustler Fund. 20 million borrowers, 19 defaulted. With that in hand, what are we doing about the scoring model, about the appraisal that will also protect us, even as we move forward with the partnership that we're getting into? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. So we'll just take like half a minute each to respond to them.
Thank you. To first start with the lady banker, we are already supporting our women by offering affordable credit. If you compare our credit interest rates of 2%, 3%, you try comparing it with the mainstream bank banks' interest rates, which start at around 16% base rate, which currently is not being regulated. You would say that we are already offering almost free or rather interest-free facilities. So women are able to really access affordable credit. And to mention also that we also have there's a policy that I had mentioned that may favor women for startups, because with this policy we are able to offer seed capital. Seed capital in terms of if we mentor a beneficiary. After mentoring this beneficiary, we then give them seed capital. Then now we continue mentoring them and now graduate them to the now mainstream banks. By offering them the seed capital, then they are able to grow their enterprises. And once they now are sustainable, then they are able to access now the higher interest earning facilities in the banks. As county, and especially Makueni County, we are already having programs that support youth and women initiatives. Specifically, we have a very unique product called Ujuzi Teke Teke, whereby we identify youths across the county with unique skills needs like masonry, hairdressing, electricity. Then these individual youths are placed in they are trained on this specific, or rather they are attached to mentors who are already in that industry. They mentor them for a specific period of time, and once they are ready, or rather they are now skilled, the county government is able to give them tools of trade. Then they are let go to start their own initiatives. And it is at this point where these are now the county empowerment funds give these youths affordable credit, and they are able to expand their businesses. And for the women, we support them with water tanks, which are given as also seed capital, or rather for free. We give them seedlings, we give them chicks, so that they are able to empower themselves economically. Then once they are mentored, they are able to stand on their own. On the second question of partnership, and ensuring that our funds are paid back, we are currently doing pre-loan training and mentorship. Before a beneficiary, previously you'd find that anybody comes into our county offices, applies for these funds without even knowledge of where they reside and all that. But now we are focusing into having TOTs who will give them pre-loan training and mentorship before they are able to borrow, so that they are not able to divert these funds, or they are not able to misuse the funds, and to understand that they need to repay these loans. Well, and of course, these mentors will also carry out appraisal, that is loan appraisal, to ensure that these borrowers are for a fact qualify and are able to pay for these loans. Thank you.
Yeah, two things. On the youth and women-led businesses support, our Youth and Women Empowerment Fund initially did not start as a loan scheme. We gave out the first tranche of loan of disbursement as grant, 225 million. So zingine wanapewa pesa ndio tuko. Invoice discounting, I think the lady from the bank said we had a bit relaxed in our regulation. Kama kuna place, kuna mkazo is government. We have two sets of laws, very punitive. We have a procurement law, and then there is an audit law. Ukiona governors wanakuja Senate, ni hizi vitu. So sometimes it's a balancing act between helping our people and staying in the course of the law. So it's tricky.
Okay, thank you very much. I will appreciate the comments that have been made by the people who have talked. Mine, I will just emphasize something that Busia County government is taking keenly on the issue of value addition. Busia County being an agricultural county, we have various initiatives that are helping, especially women groups that are doing farming. For instance, we have a woman who is doing value addition on bamboo products. We as the county government, we create that avenue of market linkages to this individual or group that are doing value addition. For instance, the lady who is doing bamboo, when we had KAICO, that is the Kakamega International Conference, we were able to take her to Kakamega to showcase what she does and to note the products that she had, varying from the seeds. Bamboo can make seeds, toothpick, it can make charcoal, makaa ya kupika. There are so many products from bamboo. So it's something that the county government is putting on more emphasis on value addition. So with that avenue of market linkages to various, to showcase various products, is something that we are doing to make sure that these women, their products are not just kept at home, but they are exposed to both local and international trade. Then another thing is also about subsidies when it comes to farming. Because if you don't reduce the cost of production, it will cascade to the high cost of production will lead to not doing business well. So the county government of Busia also is partnering with farmers, where we have the Agricultural Development Fund that helps these farmers on how to subsidize in terms of fertilizer and also in terms of farm inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pick from the case of default rate and how we as Trans Nzoia County are trying to mitigate the case of the issue of defaulting. Number one, before we loan out money, during the pre-loaning activity, we do train groups on the various spectrums on how to manage loans and all those things. At the same time, we inculcate to them the knowledge of repayment, because it impacts negatively on their credit ability if they don't pay in time. Then number two, because our model is actually, our model ensures you have close to 0% default rate, because ours is the tender financing model, and we get notified immediately because payment has to undergo through the IFMIS system. So immediately payment is done, we get notified via IFMIS that group so and so has been paid the amount of money. So we are able to recover immediately from the bank using the check-off system. So we recover once and it just ends there. On the issue of waivers on licenses, I think we need to get notified that during at the initial stages of bill formulation, before the finance bill is passed, that is the county finance bill is passed, it has to undergo the public participation aspect. So during the public participation aspect, that is when you need to voice your opinions out clearly, that you need this and this, not taxed, and that and that. So during the bill formulation process, during the public participation process, that is when you can be able to voice your concern that you need item so and so be given waivers in terms of licenses and all those. Again, still from Madam Charity on the case of enabling part payment from tenders. I think the Public Procurement Act 2015 is clear that payment can only be done upon completion of a tender, for example. and not unless it's a tender that is way beyond, to a tune of 4 million, that is when a group can request for part payment. So if an amount is lower than 4 million, it cannot be paid partly, it only needs to be done in full. And from Transoya, since we are doing the tender financing model, we are financing the group to undertake the tender exhaustively. So they don't spend their own money, they're spending money. Money is from the fund, of course. So that way they are guaranteed, even if payment is late or is delayed, they won't suffer any loss because it's not their money that they're using, but it's loan money that they didn't maybe sweat from. So that is how we, at least we mitigate on the such cases. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those insightful conversation. Clearly, I think this should have been a full day event. There's so much to talk about. But at this point, I'll just invite my colleague, Elizabeth, who will invite head of Microsave Africa. As they walk out. Oh, okay, Ravi, you can just come. So we just go out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, you can just finish that. So my primary role is to keep you waiting some more time before you go to lunch. But other than that, I think my name is Ravi. I'm the regional lead for Microsave in Africa. First of all, a big thank you to all of you for taking out time and being part of this extended session that we had and contributing so actively to the whole discussion. I think the Market Women project, as we started off, it is a culmination of a 2.5 year journey that Microsave had, and I think as the journey extended, you can see that there are more dimensions of this whole study that came in. I think we started off with just focusing on the market women, the cross-border traders and the open-air traders, women traders, and try to understand their financial needs. But as we delve deeper into it, the elements of the financial institutions, their kind of needs, and also their willingness, their opportunities that they are trying to cater to within this segment. I think that was another element that we tried to cover. We also saw the county governments. This was a completely new dimension that we saw that the opportunities that exist there to target this segment and offer financial services to this segment. At the same time, we also see stakeholders like the Trademark Secretariat and agencies like Lattice, who are trying to again contribute and solve some of these problems that these market women face. And though it's a culmination for Microsave, there's not a culmination. We hope that this whole effort has thrown the spotlight on the various aspects of this or that this segment face. We believe that women traders are a critical pillar for this, for the Kenyan economy, and I think more needs to be done in the type of services that can be provided to them. And we saw a cross section of that, right from financial literacy trainings, business trainings, to the kind of products that can be developed for them, both savings, credit, and insurance, all the gamut of products that they need. And I hope that our whole event has thrown some spotlight on the various aspects of this segment. and we hope to continue the discussion along with you. There is a host of collaterals that have been developed over the period of over the 2 years. They are all available in our website. I think if you go to a website and search for Market Women, you will see a set of collaterals that are there. This event itself is actually, as part of this event, we are also trying to, we are running a campaign on social media, and many of these collaterals are sort of available on our LinkedIn and Twitter accounts. So I think you can also refer to those. And again, so I'll not keep you waiting anymore. Thank you once again. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my team, the organizing team, for I think this was real blood and sweat for the last 1 week that they had to pour in for this event. And so thank you to them as well. Okay, please, we can carry on to lunch. I think Elizabeth can.
Thank you so much. So you'll be heading out for lunch this way still. Yeah, and then I encourage us, we'll be taking photos for everyone else, tafadhali, and then fun photos, don't be serious, please smile, and we'll be reaching out to each and every one of you for more partnerships in more projects and whatever suggestions and recommendations you've had from this event. Asanteni sana. So lunchtime, yay.